Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board of the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 4 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Just as an FYI, 3 members of the board constitutes a quorum. So anytime we have more than 3 members, 3 or more members, we do have a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I would need to make a few instructions very clear so the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 2 cases scheduled for this afternoon, and we have other cases. 2 cases scheduled for this morning. We do have other cases on our afternoon calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights of each party to enable their camera and microphone, then only then will you have the ability to speak. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So let's turn to our calendar for the day. The first case in our calendar for the day is a fact-finding hearing for Shanklin Hall, license number 123200. This is a request to extend safekeeping. This hearing is canceled due to the board's approval of a request for safekeeping. The request was approved on May 3rd, 2023. So the next case we have is a fact-finding hearing regarding Renee and Andrea Health Medical Cannabis Cultivation Center, license number 121369. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please? Yes.
Good morning. Antoine Pritchett, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, ABRA Board and Board Chairman Anderson.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Absolutely. My name is Antoine Pritchett. I am the CEO and managing partner of Renee and Andrea Health, LLC.
Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Antione.
Your last name.
All right, sorry. Pritchett.
One of the reasons we go through the exercise, we do have a court reporter and there's a transcript just to make sure that everyone's name is correctly spelled. So that's why I go through that exercise. All right. Good morning. All right. This is a fact-finding hearing, and Renee and Angela Health Medical Cannabis Cultivation Center, they receive during the last application open period was the first place winner for the cultivation center license. They have they're making a request to us this morning because they want to make some changes to their ownership structure and to request a reclassification of the license. And the board thought it's pertinent that we have a public hearing, that we can put everything on the record, what the specific request that's been made. We'll start off for you to provide us what it is that you're requesting, and then the board members might have some questions. Other board members might have some questions. This is just gathering facts, and at the end of the hearing, we'll take this matter under advisement and then discuss and make a recommendation what we believe is in the best interest of the you as the licensee and of the process, whether or not we believe that the request that's been made, whether or not we believe it should be issued. But so this is informal, and so we can start off by you telling us what it is that you are requesting from us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Anderson, and thank you to the board for having this hearing. I appreciate you giving us the time to speak with you regarding our concerns. So our concerns are really twofold to begin. It regards our operating status as a licensee. One of the things enshrined in the Medical Cannabis Amendment Act, or the MCAA, as we've taken to calling it, is the legacy operator status of those who are licensed prior to the date enshrined in the Act, which I believe was December of last year. And the particular language of the law specifically states awarded, whereas the language of the letter that we received on September 28th states approved. And in our conversations with Director Musali, he was very clear in his warning to us that based on the letter of the law, we are not classified as a legacy operator because of that small distinction between awarded versus approved. And that due to that, there are a few provisions to which we are not entitled, at least in technicality, which would be the status of legacy operator, which would grant us the manufacturing license to go along with our cultivation license, which is, as I'm sure the board knows, the law under which we applied in DC prior to the MCAA being passed. And it would also preclude us from obtaining an allocated dispensary license to vertically integrate as a legacy operator, as all other operators licensed prior to the MCAA's passage are granted. So that small distinction is causing a bit of a ripple for us, because one of the things that we have communicated both to our investors and as we move forward through this process to the board is our intention to manufacture. That's where a lot of our financials have been placed, and it is I'd say approximately about 50% of our revenue generating capability. So it would be cut in half if we were not allowed to obtain that status, as was the letter of the law when we applied. Additionally, of course, because the MCAA was passed after our license was approved, we were not able to take advantage of any of the other provisions therein, including discounted licensing fees and the non-competitive nature of the application process, which all legacy operators, including Renee and Andrea Health, were subjected to. So in all but name, it seems that we have been operating as a legacy operator, and unfortunately, because of the letter of the law, this would strip us not only of 50% of our revenue generating capacity up front, but it would also strip us of our ability to obtain a dispensary license, as is currently allocated for all legacy operators. And in doing so could very well be detrimental not only to us, but to our investors, considering that is very largely what the financial statements that we've provided them and projections that we've given have been based around. The second issue that we have is with regard to the equity dilution as it relates to our business. So as I'm sure the board knows, it's very expensive to stand one of these businesses up. And the order of operations here makes it a little bit difficult for us, considering we are the first social equity applicant licensees, or at least licensed applicants to be approved, I should say, since that's the letter of the law as it stands. And because of that, when we spoke with the director, he also mentioned that if we were to raise the money, which requires that we give equity in our company in exchange for those millions of dollars, that it would dilute our ownership down below the 51% CBE threshold that's currently established in the DSLBD code, which is required to maintain the CBE. And what the director so aptly pointed out was that if we were to dilute below that threshold prior to receiving an actual license or prior to a ruling from the board stating that we are allowed to dilute in order to raise the money, which is obviously necessary for us to open our doors and get the business running, that may invalidate the very basis on which we were approved for the license, and that could very well jeopardize our approval status. So that is something that we found pertinent, and it's one reason that we have not actually taken on very much funding up to this point, other than what's been necessary to maintain the current level of operation that we currently have. And in that operation, we've discerned that, in raising that money, it would come down to about a 40% ownership stake from 51 for those CBE holders within DC. We've also had an opportunity to speak with DSLBD, who is acknowledged and is a proponent of a collaborative conversation, both with us and with ABRA, to ensure that the letter of the CBE code is conducive to the success of those trying to enter the social equity program in DC, and to ensure the sustainability of that program and their ability, in this case, to raise money as we are trying to do. And so being the first ones through the door, our goal is not only to get that approval to raise the money that's necessary to open our doors, but also to establish a pathway for those who are set to come after us. As I'm sure you all are aware, that the licensing process has already started for those social equity applicants. So really creating a pathway for them so that they don't languish in this sort of regulatory gray area where they know they're allowed to raise in our case, for a cultivation center, it's about $5 million total, with give or take $1 million, depending on the type of equipment we select and the current pricing of it, to get the doors open. So it's very capital intensive, and it's very essential to our business that we're able to raise this money, because as you know, as CBE certified entity, we don't have the personal wealth or resources to be able to finance it ourselves. And due to the constraints in the banking industry and the non-passage of the Safe Banking Act, we do not have access to institutional monies. And so the only way for us to effectively raise this money, especially at the current valuation for our company, is to do so through private equity, which requires that we divest.
So the ask from us is that you want us to allow you to reduce the 51% to 40%. And secondly, I'm not sure which one is first, but you want us to do, you're asking for the possibility to dilute your ownership. And secondly, to also put you in the category as a legacy operator. And so as a legacy operator, then you can do the vertical integration to get a retail license, and also have the ability to have a manufacturer's license. Correct?
That's correct, Chairman Anderson.
Now, and you're aware, when you went through the application, the open application period, you were the first place winner. And I see another person on the line. Who is supposed to be at the hearing today?
So it's myself, our business partners, the Khans, are the ones who just joined. So that's Rabbi Jeffrey Khan and his wife, Stephanie Khan, who are on the call. So they are the owners of Tacoma Wellness Center, but also our business partners in Renee and Andrea Health.
All right, so can you please identify yourself for the record, please? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm Rabbi Jeffrey Khan.
And I'm Stephanie Khan.
We're from Tacoma Wellness Center.
So you're saying that your business part, so what percentage of the business do they currently own under the current structure?
They own a total of 24.5% between the two of them.
All right. So as I stated before, your company because it was a scoring process, and so your company were number one. You got 212.25 points because you receive 50 points as a CBE. Now, DSLB was the one who determined that it's a 51% ownership. So I'm not quite sure what we can do. Because if we were if you decide, I'm asking, let's say if you decide to dilute the ownership, it falls below the 50% threshold. And so if it falls below the 50% threshold, you then will automatically lose that 50 points that you received. So you would not be you would not come in number one. So how do you address that? Explain that to me. How would that work? Because DSLB is the one that determines the ownership to get the 50 points. So explain that then.
Yeah, so I'm happy to elaborate here. So as in cannabis, as in every other business, when you're raising money, it requires that you issue shares, which dilutes all existing owners, not just the CBE shareholders. And in working or in speaking with DSLBD, they have recommended that we have an open conversation. And what we would be looking for here from the board would be a ruling stating that we would not forfeit our status as the winner as we work with DSLBD to establish new rules for the medical cannabis CBE program. And what they've come to realize, and I've spoken with program manager Kate Morand, she has come to realize that the medical cannabis CBE program needs to be separated from the general CBE status code in DSLBD because of the very different industry circumstances that involve being a CBE as it compares to a medical cannabis CBE. So one of the things that we have suggested to them, and we will continue to have a conversation on, and we would love to have ABCA's support in this, would be to adjust and also help DSLBD to craft the regulations necessary to ensure that the MCCBE program is robust. And in that regulation, we would, for example, include a clause where the post-capitalization, which would be after an MCCBE had raised the necessary funds to operate the business, could dilute down to a certain percentage threshold and still maintain their CBE status as is required by any business that needs to raise money and doesn't have the means on the current capitalization table or on the current ownership table to do so without bringing in outside capital. So that's the approach that we think would be that would resolve the current situation, which would be to be able to raise the money that we need to start our operation and to have an assurance from ABCA that that would not invalidate our approval status as we simultaneously work with the DSLBD to craft the new regulations for a completely separate MCCBE program, which would then enshrine exactly how much each MCCBE would be allowed to dilute their ownership when they are raising the necessary capital to open their doors.
But I'm speaking aloud, and because that's not what I thought was the ask was when I got here today. But I don't see this agency doesn't play any part in the qualifications for CBE. So as far as we are concerned, you have been certified as a CBE, and so therefore you got the 50 points. And until and unless DSLB informs us that you're no longer a CBE, you're qualified. But so I'm not quite sure. So I'm not sure if this board can make any type of determination regarding the dilution. I mean, I thought I was under the understanding that at least you're coming to the board, you're diluting you're going to dilute the ownership stake statute to 40%, and that you're saying, okay, fine, this is where we are. Do we still maintain a license? Now, under the new law, well, let me back up and so you can give me some more information before I go there. Tell me. So let me start at the beginning. So tell me your business. Provide me your business plans and what types of licenses do you intend to seek in the next 3 years. So I'll have a more elongated thought pattern of what you're asking.
Absolutely. So our intention since the inception of Renee and Andrea Health has been to be a cultivation and manufacturer of cannabis. And so that requires, obviously, under the new law, both a cultivation and manufacturing license, whereas when we applied, it only required a cultivation license. And that's one of the reasons we're seeking the legacy operator status, is to accurately reflect that. And then additionally, our plan was always to vertically integrate, and that was one thing that was enshrined in the MCAA, which we were very supportive of, regardless of whether or not we had been included in it, because it does serve a very large purpose to allow for us as operators to find new cost efficiencies, to develop and push the market forward, and in doing so would allow us to have a sustainable business model. So I can tell you, with the new licensing period, the open application period that just happened most recently on May 1st for all legacy operators, that's open for the next year, we would intend to apply for and receive that dispensary license to vertically integrate in the city. So we would have a cultivation, manufacturing, and dispensary license as Renee and Andrea Health. So that is our plan. That's our goal. And we have always had those intentions. And that's something, at least to the extent of the cultivation and manufacturing functions, was elaborated upon in our application when we submitted to ABRA, ABRA at the time in 2022.
Now, who are the two majority owners? Because my understanding, at least when they so who are the two majority owners, and who are the two current majority owners?
So the two majority owners currently are our Chief Compliance Officer, Frank Boris II, and Bradley Jones, our Chief Financial Officer.
And under this plan, will they remain as majority owner?
Yes, Chairman, they will. Actually, can I'd like to amend that. They will remain plurality owners, because in order to have a majority, you'd have to have 51% or more on the ownership table, but they would have a plurality in that they would own a larger proportion of the company than anybody else on the ownership table at that 40%.
So what do they currently own?
51%.
I'm sorry. So how much does Frank? I mean, what percentage? I mean, I'm not sure if this is not public information, you don't have to. But I'm trying to figure out if this is public information on the application.
It's public. Yes.
All right. That's why I'm trying to be careful that I'm not asking.
No, I appreciate that.
Only provide me with public information. Okay. So
Gotcha.
Tell me currently, what percentage does Frank own?
So Frank and Brad both split the 51% majority in half. So each of them own 25.5% individually.
So under the new system, if under the new you're issuing shares in this new, what would their what would they own?
So their plurality, as we predict, right now we are in the process of raising $5 million. That's the number we've given our investors. It may rise to $6 million depending on some of the costs that we incurred during our build out, because we have to get more concrete numbers from the MEP engineers. and some of the individuals, SMEs, who will be building out our facility. But our anticipation is it will be no more than 40%, because that is at the issuance of about 25% of our company at a $22.5 million valuation, which would take them from 51% collectively down to 40%, potentially down to about 36, 37% if we raise an additional, for example, $1 million.
Now, under our current system, under the current system and how the license was awarded, now are you aware that if you no longer qualify for the 50-point preference, do you agree or disagree that your application for cultivation center previously scored at 212.25 points, you would only ever now receive 162.25 points?
I do concur, Chairman Anderson, and that is what the director pointed out to us, and that's one of the reasons we requested this hearing. And I think you're very apt in pointing out that ABCA doesn't issue the CBE or say whether it's valid or invalid. I think what DSLBD recommended was that because ABCA is the regulatory body that oversees cannabis, that when crafting an MCCBE program that is specific to the needs of the industry and those participating in it, that you would have insight as to what would be conducive to ensuring that the MCCBE process remains rigorous and that it is sustainable and conducive to the licensing of individuals such as myself who post award, right after the approval, then are only capable of raising the money necessary, which would trigger, right, the dilution and then affect that ownership state. So there are other various, I think, areas of that they would want to have, I guess, a conversation about. But as far as making sure that the CBE is not invalidated, that is absolutely a DSLBD matter. I think their whole goal was just to make sure that they were on the same page with ABCA and that we're kind of stepping hand in hand.
Now, because of the recently passed Medical Cannabis Clarification Supplementary Emergency Amendment Act of 23, all applicants for a cultivation center who receive over 150 points, which you have received, you are now eligible for consideration for cultivation center application, pending the filing of a correct application or appropriate change of location. And you have before May 1st, 2024. So you're saying that what impact? Okay, so if you were to lose the 50 points, and then what impact would that have on your business model? Because you would still qualify for a license if you lost the 50 points.
So the 50 points that we would lose would invalidate, for example, the CBE that we currently hold, which would make us ineligible for all of the social equity applicant grants, funding, and allocations or benefits enshrined in the MCAA. For example, the 75% reduction in licensing fees for the first 3 years. We would no longer be eligible for that because our CBE would no longer be valid. In addition to that, it would require that we apply separately for those additional licenses as opposed to being vertically integrated as it relates to our legacy status, because that 50 points would no longer exist. So there's a few different, I think, ramifications of not being able to dilute, one of which, and I guess the most proximal would be, we may not be able to even raise the money to get the doors open, because as an investor, when you give a company $5 million, your goal is to make money on that investment. And that becomes a lot more difficult to do when the operations are more limited than we were initially led to believe, of course, under the letter of the law under which we applied, and what we've communicated to our investors up to this point. And like I mentioned, it would essentially cut in half our ability to generate revenue. And when you consider cultivation and manufacturing as separate functions, they both contribute about 40 to 45% of the value chain in this industry. So having that be removed takes us from 85% of the value down to 40%. And then subsequently, of course, we would not be allowed to obtain the dispensary license, which would be the remaining 15%. So we'd be operating at about 40% of our overall revenue generating capacity, which we initially anticipated.
As I said before, I'm not quite sure what is it that this agency can do, because we're not the ones who set the definitions for what a CB is. So I'm not quite sure what position we can take on that issue, because we don't have the expertise to determine DSLD. They're the ones who have the expertise to determine who qualifies as a CBE. And until and unless you have informed us that you're no longer a CBE, you qualify for, you still would be awarded the license because you had the 212. Now, there's interpretation, or depending how we look at the law, if whether or not you qualify as a legacy operator. And explain to me how do you think that you qualify as a legacy operator? Because my understanding that these are businesses that would have been for businesses that were in existence for a period of time. You're not in business. You don't have a license. Well, there's an interpretation whether or not you have a license or you qualify for a license. Because so how then do you believe that you could qualify as a legacy operator?
Love to elaborate here. So we were licensed prior to the passage of the MCAA. So that's, I think, number one. The law was when we were approved for our license and when we applied. And I can tell you, Chairman, we've spent close to $500,000 to this point. No, we are not currently out in operation, but we have very much put our money where our mouth is. And a lot of it has come from our own pockets to be able to get to this point. And all of it was under the, I think, very fair presumption that we would be operating as a cannabis cultivator and manufacturer, which was the letter of the law when we were approved and when we applied. As I'm sure the board knows, our application process started in 2021. So it very much predates the passage of the MCAA. We had no hand in crafting the MCAA, and for the lack of, I think, wording in the MCAA, we would have been classified as a legacy operator. As I mentioned, the only difference between us being a legacy operator and not is the difference between the word approved and awarded, and everything that that encompasses our experience as a licensee has been reflective of the application process prior to the passage of the MCAA, which includes the necessary capital that we have expended up to this point, the necessary risks that we have taken, the period in which we were licensed, and the letter of the law under which we were approved for our license. I think that the only thing precluding us now currently is a technicality, because as I mentioned, we didn't receive any of the benefits from the MCAA, right? We didn't get the reduction in application fees. We had to compete versus having a non-competitive application process. And in that application process, we had no intentions or even awareness of the MCAA existence until it was passed in December, which was after our license was awarded. So for all intents and purposes, when we were licensed with the intent to function outside of what is currently now the MCAA, knowing that it had not been passed, nor had we had any awareness of it. And so for want of understanding or knowledge of that act, for example, if it had been passed in 2023 or in 2024, we would be operating prior to the passage of the MCAA. It's just a matter of timing. And because of, like I mentioned, our process starting 2 years prior to the MCAA becoming law, we did, in fact, operate up till now as a legacy operator. We've not had the privilege or the benefit of operating under the law of the MCAA, which would have been far less strenuous, I can promise you, for getting us to this point as it relates to accomplishing a competitive licensing process.
I mean, when I think about the legacy operator, I'm more so thinking about these are folks in the unlicensed market, and we are trying to get those folks to be licensed. And so I'm still trying to.
Yeah, one point. I think
sorry.
you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I clarify because I see exactly what you're saying. I just want to distinguish legacy operator from I-71 legacy operator. So when we say legacy, we mean licensed prior to the MCAA as a medical cannabis operator, not as an I-71 operator. So for example, Alternative Solutions or Tacoma Wellness Center, right, are classified as legacy operators, wherein if Tacoma Wellness Center wants to apply for a cultivation and manufacturing license under the MCAA, they are allowed to do so because they were licensed prior to its passage. And so we, in wanting to be classified as legacy operators, again, that difference between awarded and approved, would want that same ability to acquire both the manufacturing and a dispensary license because the letter of the law under which we were approved was prior to the MCAA, as was all of the constraints and hurdles that we faced to get that license or that approval.
Does any other board member have any questions that they want to ask? All right. If you do, please let me know as we move forward. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I don't want to interrupt your thought. If you want to go ahead with your.
No, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, and we appreciate you coming in front of us to explain your fact situation and how you all would like to resolve the hurdles that you see going forward. When you applied for the license that you got the highest score for, you did that as a CBE?
That's correct, Board Member Grandis.
Why did you do that?
Because that was what we deemed necessary to win. Number one, to have that 50-point allocation. Number two, because we are social equity applicants, and that has been obviously verified by DSLBD, and that is conducive to and indicative of who we are as an organization. And it's one of the reasons that we actually were very fervent about applying during this first social equity licensing process. As you know, I'm sure you know, the new social equity licensing process is going to be very robust, but us being the first ones in the door, we wanted to be able to blaze that trail. So for a number of reasons, we applied with that CBE.
And before making this application, your entity already had a license, correct?
No. So Renee and Andrea Health did not have a license prior to this licensing process. Jeffrey and Stephanie are owners of Tacoma Wellness Center, which is a completely separate entity from Renee and Andrea Health. The only commonality there is common ownership, and we have a strategic partnership that has allowed us to allowed us to apply successfully. We had a very synergistic relationship, so that was the reason for that.
Right. So you had a partnership with an entity that was already in operation. Okay. So in developing your business plan, didn't you all forecast on how much money you would need to be able, if the license was actually granted?
That's correct.
What happened that made it that you need to come before us today, that it seems like you're not going to be able to get that money? So can you sort of explain what happened?
Absolutely. So the money that we forecasted to be able to raise, there are a few different ways to raise money, and it really depends on who the investors are. So one of the reasons that we're currently raising money and haven't raised it already is because of the dilution clause in the CBE. But an additional reason is due to the changes in the cannabis marketplace and in the economy as a whole. Obviously, with the Fed raising rate hikes, it makes it a lot harder to raise money or to borrow money in this economy. The cannabis industry has also seen a significant downturn due to no fault of our own, but at a national level and in several different markets. And there's been a ton of price compression and investor hesitation and apprehension around funding new businesses. So we, in our own volition, because of the asking price of some of the institutional cannabis investors, decided to step outside of that institutional money to preserve as much of the CBE as we could and raising the money at the best possible valuation so that we could retain not only the CBE or as much of it as possible, but also to ensure that we retain our core values, our corporate structure, and the control over our business.
And I do understand the changing in the marketplace.
Yeah.
If you all relinquish the CBE, you all will relinquish the 50-point, correct?
That's correct.
But if I understand what we're hearing is that even if you relinquish that, you still would be in line to receive the next step of applying for the license.
So that's correct. We would receive the next step to apply for a cultivation license, but it would be strictly cultivation, whereas when we applied, it was cultivation and manufacturing. That was indicated in our application, which was approved. It's been indicated in all of the materials we provided to our investors, of course. And as you mentioned, Board Member Grandis, that is very predictive of the amount of money not only that we need to raise, but we will be able to make, thereby affecting our investors' returns and their willingness to be a part of our business.
Do you see the importance of the district offering a mechanism to get into this marketplace by having a social equity provision?
Absolutely. I'm one of the biggest proponents, and I'm honored to be one of the first. It is a huge honor to be the first in DC. And quite frankly, very many of these programs across the country fail at their aim of creating an actual social equity application and licensing process that awards those licenses to the correct individuals and entities. And DC has done a phenomenal job of getting that right. And I want to make sure that as we move forward, Renee and Andrea Health and myself as an individual do everything that we can and in our power to increase the sustainability of that program and to make sure that those licenses continue to go to legitimate social equity applicants.
So to do that, if I understand correctly, that's under the DC Small Business Administration.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, there's a whole set of opportunities that have been carved out so that the district can be proud of having a strong social equity program going forward. Aren't you here today asking us to minimize that?
So I would say no in terms of minimization. I want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. So in my ask of being able to dilute and loosening in that sense a regulation to allow a lower threshold of CBE ownership, that would, you think, negatively impact the social equity or the robustness of that program because that it would invalidate that 51% majority?
Well, if I can use the term minority,
Mm-hmm.
it would no longer be a majority. And isn't that sort of the foundation of what we're trying to preserve, is that our residents, our returning citizens, people who have been economically outside of the ability to get loans. That's something that we should be very proud of. So I agree with the chairman. If you wish a change in that formula to be considered a CBE, we're not the place. But on the other hand, it just is remarkable that you've achieved what you've achieved so far, and that you should continue being proud of that 51% and not want to become a 40%. Because as you know, while you have a good relationship with everyone else who has the basically 60% collectively, it may not be the same people because they can sell their shares, or as you know, in business. And all of a sudden, one day you go to a board meeting and they buy you out forcefully. So I think that what you're doing, to coming in trying to work with something that will help you all get forward, could end up at the same time making what I think we all are striving for, is majority ownership, so that district residents and their families generationally can prosper here in the district. And
I think
excuse me, go ahead.
No. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that. I want to continue championing this program, and I do think it's worth clarifying that I think what we're aiming for is actually the opposite of weakening the restrictions, but actually strengthening them. And I say that because I think 2 points. Number one, when we are divesting our equity, the 51% is only what's right in DC. I myself own 24.5% because I'm not a DC resident. So I would be a part of that, that initial 100%, and we'd be issuing only 25% to other investors outside of who's already a part of Renee and Andrea Health, to include the Khan family. So the other remainder outside of those who are current shareholders would only be 25% that we would be taking on. And additionally, those shares that we're issuing, there's a difference between those and the shares that we own, and those are Class B versus Class A. And what that basically means is they have no voting rights, they have no managerial rights, they have no rights to sit on the membership board. They are simply silent partners who have provided a certain amount of capital to allow us to raise, to open our doors. And in this allowance for dilution, that we will work, and I take your point and the chairman's point, we will absolutely work with the SLBD to craft the right regulations for this, because what's necessary in all business is that you raise the money, and we would absolutely love not to have to give any equity away. That would be my ideal dream. If I could have 100% DC ownership, I absolutely would. But the one thing that's an uncomfortable reality, especially in capitalism, is that you got to give them something if you want their money. And that's either you secure it through a loan, or you fund it yourself, or you give them ownership. And I can tell you that every single social equity applicant to follow in our footsteps will have to do the same exact thing we are doing, without exception. The very letter of the CBE law precludes us from having the necessary money to stand our operation up. And while it will be to different extents for different applicants, whereas one building may be more expensive than another, one operation may be more high end than another, in all cases, there will not be a CBE applicant who has the personal resources to fund it, and they will have to dilute their shares just as we are. And we want to make sure that when that time comes, when those licensees are here, maybe we can't keep 51%. Maybe because of capitalism, because we have to raise the money, we can't. That's an ideal scenario. However, we can make sure that they maintain the plurality, make sure they maintain 100% control of the entity by only issuing non-voting, non-managerial rights to those shares, and to making sure that they have the framework that's necessary so that they can prove to be an attractive investment to those individuals that they need in order to get their business up and running. Because as I can tell you, I don't have the money for it. Most dispensaries cost between $1 million and $1.5 million. So everybody is going to have to do this without exception. And the goal is not to make it prohibitive, so that they have to maintain 51%, because that would really stifle the industry, but to give them the framework necessary to maintain the ideals of the social equity program of DC ownership and DC control over this industry, while still allowing the regulatory leeway and leash necessary to operate and function as a business in our district.
I want to congratulate you and the people you've been working with to get to where you are today of getting that 212 points. That's a remarkable achievement. And I understand, and I think we all understand, there are nuances that we will be learning about as we move forward on getting this important social equity embedded strongly in DC. But we're not the people, we're not the board that can help you today in changing that. But I think perhaps you may have models that have not been thought about, and you should go ahead and try to promote that in front of the right agency that actually has the legal authority to make that decision. But I want to congratulate you on what you've accomplished so far.
Thank you, Board Member Grandis. I appreciate that. I will be sure to do that. And to your point about making sure that this social equity program is embedded in DC, I think the first thing is to make sure that the first social equity applicants have a sustainable chance at success here and have the ability to raise the money the way that they need to, not from a dilution standpoint, but from a operation standpoint of that legacy operator status of having the intended ability to manufacture and to dispense as was the law when we applied. And the other recommendation, I guess, in terms of frameworks that I think could be very helpful for this social equity program and making sure that it remains heavily embedded into the district is something very unique and innovative. And it hasn't actually happened in any other market that I'm aware of. But I think that establishing a social equity advisory commission or board outside of ABCA that's comprised of industry experts, subject matter experts. I, for example, have a relationship with the chief economist in the cannabis industry who'd be happy to lend his expertise, basically just to give the board whatever information it needs to make the decisions in regulating the industry so that it's conducive to that success. And I have a case that I've written up, I'm happy to send over, but I do think it would be an incredible opportunity, not only for ABCA, but for the market as a whole to make sure that DC gets it right where most other people have gotten it wrong.
I'm sure our agency would be interested in any research that you've done to help improve our program as we move forward. And once again, I want to congratulate you on the strong work you've done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I look forward to it.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Good morning, Mr. Pritchett.
Good morning, Mr. Short.
I would just like for you, and you sound so ready for business and you sound so ready to make this really work. The only question I have is, what vision do you have for long-term sustainability of persons like yourself in this industry in the District of Columbia? Just give us your version of a vision you have for long-term. Where will we be 10, 20 years from now if what your business model does? Where will we be 10, 20 years from now, and how will your company help sustain or the sustainability of this program which you benefited from?
That question is so exciting. I very rarely get asked about that grand vision, and I do have it, and I think it's necessary as an operator in this space. So I can tell you, my goal for DC is for it to be the flagship, not only for this country, but for the world, as to what cannabis ownership, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and sustainable, proactive social equity programming can create in this industry. And that means a robust set of rules and regulations that allow for smaller operators like myself to thoroughly thrive and flourish in this industry. And that requires, right, a sense of partnership between those who regulate the businesses and those who run the businesses. And I can tell you, in every other industry, the professionals or the subject matter experts have a seat at the table and they influence policy, not because they have an agenda, but because it's necessary. I don't expect anybody in a regulatory framework to be an expert on my industry. It's my job to be the industry expert, to be a business professional, right? And that goes the same for everybody who looks like me, who wants to become a part of this. And that's why it's so important that we are involved in the process of regulation, because in order for us to understand the consequences and the implications of all the regulations that are enacted, we have to know what the people who are living through and dealing with the implications of those regulations are actually seeing in the marketplace. So what I see in the next 10 years, if we can get this thing done right, and if we can get the right people with the right framework and the right opportunity into this industry, we're going to create one of the most diverse cannabis industries in the world because of where the district is situated, because of its political reputation, obviously, and its prestige as the nation's capital. We have an unprecedented opportunity to show the rest of the country, who is, as I mentioned, frequently failed at getting the licenses into the right people's hands to promote that diversity, equity, and inclusion, to show them what it can look like if you do it right. And I want to be that trailblazer. I want to be that person that plants that flag in the ground. And I am willing to do any and everything in working with ABCA and any other agency in the district, including the SLBD, to make sure that the framework that we commit to is conducive to everybody who comes behind me. Because I can tell you, as a young Black man and trying to raise $5, $6, $7 million, the hurdles that exist just in the marketplace are high enough. So, we want to make sure that the hurdles that exist in the regulatory framework are necessary, but still effective without being overly burdensome. And that really is the core of making sure that the industry is sustainable, because I can tell you, in most states and in most territories, regulatory bodies don't talk to industry experts. It's a very anti-business mentality with the policy that's developed. And that's why you see, and I can tell you, when I spoke with the economist, only 25% of all cannabis businesses in this country are right now profitable. That is not a number that exists in any other industry, and there's a reason for that. And that has to do with the way it's regulated, that has to do with the way that the licenses are allocated, and it has to do with the lack of dialogue between, as I mentioned, those who run the businesses and those who regulate the businesses, because we're on the same side. I think the board would agree. You want to see this industry flourish just as much as I do. You want to see just as many social equity applicants in this industry doing and creating value and generational wealth for the district and for their descendants the same way I do. And I think we're partners in that mission. And I think we owe it to each other and to everybody who's going to come after us to make sure that we put that framework in place to make sure they have the best possible chance of success. So that's what I see in the next 10 years.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchett. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your answer, sir.
All right, thank you.
Just have one add-on.
Go ahead, Ms. Hanson.
That's down the road, and I know that this conversation is ongoing, but what are your plans for the immediate term, and what do you've raised this money so far, so what are your next steps right now?
Love it. So yesterday we had a meeting with our general contractor partner, who also serves as our project manager. And so they've given us everything we need to essentially move forward for pre-construction. So we, in the near future, see ourselves, once we work with DSLBD to make sure that CBE is guaranteed and not invalidated, so we don't lose those points. And hopefully, once the board, allows us to have that legacy operator status, we've already priced out a lot of the manufacturing equipment that we'll need for our facility. So we want to get the ball rolling. We're really eager. We're really excited to not only show the district, but to show the world what it is we can do as one of the very few social equity applicants who have been licensed effectively in this country. So our goal and our next steps are really, we are anticipating once we work with DSLBD that the money, the $5 million that we're anticipating, which has already been verbally committed, will be in within the next 30 days or so. And then at that point, it's just a matter of paying to have boots on the ground for our MEP engineers and getting the facility retrofitted. And that is very exciting. Like I said, we met with our contractor yesterday, and they gave us a very robust launch plan to get that done. So we're super excited to be a part of not only this industry, but a part of the district, and to be able to give back not only to those who look like us, but to the community at large.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your time.
Thank you.
I mean, the only correction I want to make of the record is that the problem that we're facing now with your application, we're never going to face that issue again, because we no longer have scoring. So if we button that for the scoring, there might be other issues regarding qualifying as a social equity. But the issue that we have here is the score. And the 50 point that you got from DSLDB, that's what put you at the top of the scale. And so it gave you 50 points. And I don't recall what the number two score was. But with the new law, you would still qualify for a license. But as I said, as you pointed out, you want to be considered as a legacy operator, and so therefore there are certain benefits that's attributable to if you qualify as a legacy regular application. I'm not sure if the board would necessarily agree with your description, but that's a matter of further interpretation. But that's the problem that we have now. Do you have any idea when? Because it appears that no matter what whatever decision that the board would make today, that's not really going to change. So, okay, so the board agrees that they would support your application. Okay, but what does that mean? Because we're not the ones who determine that you're a CBE with the 50 points. That's a different agency. So whether or not, if we say that, okay, fine, we support, but if DSLDB comes and say that you're no longer a CBE, then you're going to lose that 50 points. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, in reviewing the letters that you sent to us, I had a different interpretation, I had a different take. I thought more so that you came to us to say, this is what we're going to do, and we're asking the board to interpret the law in a certain way so we could still qualify. But I'm not sure. I mean, we'll talk this further with other board members. We'll speak to the director, speak to our legal office, but I'm not quite sure what, if anything, that the board can do regarding the 50 points and how and whether or not dilution from 51 to 40%, if we can rule that you're still a CBE, and so therefore you still qualify for that 50 points. And so since if you qualify for that 50 points as being the highest rated application, then we can go into that second analysis whether or not we agree with your interpretation of that you are a legacy operator, so therefore you should be able to virtually integrate and also apply for a manufacturer's license. But you are aware that you can apply for if you're not a social equity applicants can apply currently for a manufacturer's license. And if you are not a social equity, you can also apply for, as of August 29th, you can apply for a manufacturer's license. So you're aware of that, irrespective of all of this. So whether or not you have a license or not, you can apply for, and even if you're not a social equity, you can apply for a manufacturer's license as of August 29th, 2023. Okay. Any other comments you want to make before I bring this hearing to a close?
Yep. So I'll just say that I am aware that we can apply for that license under, regardless of whether or not we're considered a CBE. I don't foresee us having an issue with being classified not as a medical cannabis CBE. As I mentioned, DSLBD has already expressed their openness in working with us to make sure that the correct regulations are crafted so that a CBE MCCBE isn't needlessly invalidated because of regular business practices. And so I don't think that will be an issue as qualifying for the points that we've received. However, I guess the main consideration that we would ask here that we are most concerned with and that ABRA can help us with is that legacy operator status, because as I mentioned, that's how we applied. That was our intent. It's been indicated in everything that we've submitted up to this point. And I think to exclude the only social equity applicants to be licensed to this point from that and to allow all of the multi-state operators who, because they got their license maybe a year or two before we did, that they get to vertically integrate simply because they, in proximity or in time chronologically, they were able to get their license earlier. I just think that would be a bit of a travesty, right? To know that we have an opportunity to really do something great, and to make this mean something for, especially for those social equity applicants who are coming after. So I appreciate the board's time 100%. Am grateful for your questions and for your receptivity in our conversation, in our hearing today, and appreciate you giving me the opportunity to make my case in front of you. And I do hope that as we move forward, as you mentioned when we first met, that you all will have my back as a social equity licensee, and as we move forward to make sure that we can make not only the program but DC the best medical cannabis market that's been seen not only in this industry, in this country, but in the world as a whole.
All right. You've left us a lot to think about. As I said before, I came into, based on the letters that you wrote to the agency, I came into the hearing thinking one way, but then I left based on the ask now.
Right.
The ask is now different from what I thought it was based on your written correspondence.
The last thing I'd like to say, Chairman Anderson, just want to make sure that I express to you all that I want to make myself available. So if you ever have questions, if you need to contact me, you have my information. I am open to any and all conversation that's necessary to further flesh this out. Because as you mentioned, I put a lot on you today. It is a lot, and it's something that we live with every day. It's how we operate, and it's a part of our industry and the nature of our business. So I don't expect you to pick it up and run with it the same way that we would. And that's why I want to make sure that we maintain an open dialogue as much as is necessary, or you feel that you need to hear from us. I'm happy to provide any and all necessary supplementary, complementary information. And as I mentioned, the idea for a social equity advisory commission or advisory board, I think is a huge opportunity for us. So if you ever have any need for additional clarification or clarity, please reach out to me.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation today. As I told you before, the board will take it in. It is not clear to the board what it is that you're requesting. And but as I said before, it's a two-step process. We do not control the definition of what a CB is. And if you're considered a CBE, I'm open to your creative interpretation of the law, what you believe that you should qualify as a legacy operator. That is something that we will discuss. We look at the law as it existed at the time, the law that we currently have, to see if that's interpretation, if our interpretation of the law equals your interpretation of the law. And I believe that the board and the agency will do whatever we can do to support this industry. But the first question, though, is regarding the CBE. And if DSLDB determines that if you dilute the share, you no longer qualify, then that ties our hands, because that drops you to 162. And then you would have to, then you'd be eligible. I mean, prior to the change in the law, I would say, sorry, good luck, because you wouldn't qualify for a license. But you, under the new emergency legislation, you do qualify for a license under, even if you were to have lost the 50-point preference. Unfortunately, as you said, you wouldn't get some of the more of the social equity benefits of receiving, being approved initially. So, but we'll take this matter under advisement, and we will advise you as soon as possible what our decision is. Thank you for being here. The Khans, good morning. Have a great day. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. Thank you, ABRA Board.
All right. Thank you. All right. I have one. All right. So we conclude our calendar for the morning. And I have one agenda item. You can leave if you want to. Yeah. We have one agenda item that I need to read in the record. So Let's do our licensing agenda. And the first matter on our licensing agenda, the review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Soul Mexican Grill, license number 122863. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr.
Jenny
Short, a
Hansen will
second.
second.
Mr. Short and Ms. Hanson, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We're now at the end of our morning business. The board will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. And now I want to thank all board members and members of the public who participated in this hearing this morning. And I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Have a great morning. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABRA board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are three other board members, Mr. James Short, Miss Jenny Henson, and Mr. I need to look at the names. I'm calling names. Let me apologize. Good afternoon. We're joined with three other board members this afternoon, Mr. James Short, Miss Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Brandis. We do have a quorum to have business this afternoon. So let us go to our calendar. We have two cases this afternoon, and let me call one case first, case number 22-251-00030, assets, license number 113585. And this case has been rescheduled to July 19th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And the next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00059, Kiddes, license number 119361. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties? So we should have the government, two witnesses, I believe, from the government, the licensee, an interpreter. Those are the folks that should be elevated. Please.
Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. Mark Ruiz, Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. Meskaram Balko, your access has been elevated. And Yurga Tasema, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me Ms. Barco, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
B-A-L.
Your first and your last name, ma'am.
Okay. First name Meskaram, M-E-S-K-E-R-E-M. Last name B-A-L-K-E-W.
And can you pronounce it for me, please, ma'am?
Meskaram Balko.
Balco. Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully and accurately interpret the proceedings in this matter from English to Tigrinya?
Amharic.
Amharic, I apologize. From English into Amharic and from Amharic into English to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right. So let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello on behalf of the government, ANTHONY-CELO.
And Miss Balku, can you ask the licensee to introduce herself for the record and also ask her to pull her camera down since I can't see her face, please.
ጤና ይስጥልኝ እንደምን ዋሉ። ቅድስት ላውንጅን የወከሉ ሰው ስሞትንና ሙሉ ስሞን ይናገሩና ካሜራውን ወደ ላይ አድርጉልኝ ፊትዎን እንዳየው እያሉ ነው። ካሜራውን አስተካክሉ።
ሰላም ቅድስት እባላለሁ።
ካሜራውን ከፍ አድርጉ እንዲታይ።
Fine. Now it's fine.
Okay.
Now. Well, I just let her know that I need to see. Yes, I need like this. I need to see her full face. Yes.
Okay.
So ask her to spell and state her name for the record, please.
ስሞትን ሙሉ ስሞትን ይናገሩ።
ስሜ ቅድስት ሻይ።
ቅድስት ሻይ ስፔሊንጉን ስፔል ያርጉልን።
KIDISTSHAY.
ቅድስት ሻይ KIDSTSHAY ሻይ last name.
And so what is her name? I'm sorry again.
KIDIST ቅድስት first name, last name SHAY Shai.
Miss Shai? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, you're interpreting everything I say, ma'am, okay? Can you ask her if she has any preliminary matters in this case?
Can you repeat that, sir, please?
Can you ask her, does she have any preliminary matters? Anything she needs to bring to my attention before we start this case?
ጉዳዩን ከመስማታችን በፊት እዚህ ጋር የሚያነሱት ጉዳይ አለ፣ የሚጠይቋቸው ጥያቄ የሚያነሱት ጉዳይ አለ።
አው እሱ ይሄም ጉዳዩን በደንብ የሚያውቀው ቦታ ላይ ባለቤቴ ስለነበረ እሱን ከሱ ጋር ንግግሩን ብታደርጉ የሚለውን ፍቃድ ለመጠየቅ።
Yes, I do. It is my husband who knows the matter very well. I would prefer it if you spoke to him, not to me.
So where is he, and can he introduce himself for the record, please?
Yes, ነው ያሉት እና ሚስተር አንቶኒ ደግሞ ስሙን እንዲመዘግቡ። Yes, ነው ያሉት ባለቤቶ።
አጠገቤ ነው ያለው።
He is sitting beside me.
Can he introduce himself for the record by spelling and stating his name for the record, please?
ሙሉ ስማቸውን በመናገር ራሳቸውን ያስተዋውቁ።
አየለ በለጠ AY።
ራሳቸው ሰውየው ባለቤቶች ስማቸውና እንትናቸውን በመናገር ራሳቸውን ያስተዋውቁ።
Tell her to put him on the screen so he can tell me what his name is and spell and state his name for the record.
ወደ ካሜራው ይምጡና ስማቸውን ሙሉ ስማቸውን በመናገር ራሳቸውን ያስተዋውቁ።
ራሱ ያስተዋውቅ ወይስ እኔ ልንገርልሽ?
Does he have to introduce himself?
I'm sorry?
She asked if he have to introduce himself.
Yes, ma'am. That is what I asked you to tell her to do. I need him to spell and state his name for the record and introduce himself.
አቶ ይርጋ ተሰማ ስሞትና ሙሉ ስሞትን እና ራስዎን ያስተዋውቁ።
እሺ፣ መጀመሪያ ስሜ ይርጋ ተሰማ አይደለም፣ አየለ በለጠ AYELE፣ last name BELETE.
What's his name? And tell him that he needs to be on camera. How does he pronounce his name?
ካሜራ ፊት መሆን አለበት። ራስዎ ፊቶችን ያሳዩ።
Okay.
Can you ask them what's going on? They were on camera before.
ምን እያደረጋችሁ ነው? ለምንድን ነው ወደ ካሜራው ማትመጡት እያሉ ነው?
I think ካሜራ ላይ ነኝ ያለሁት እና ለኔ ይታየኛል ካሜራው።
All right, he's on camera. So, all right. How does he pronounce his name, please?
ስሞትን እንዴት ነው ፕሮናንስ የሚያደርጉት? በእንግሊዝኛ ፕሮናንስ ያድርጉላቸው።
አየለ በለጠ።
አየለ በለጠ።
Mr. Belletta? Is that the way he pronounces his name?
Yeah, Belletta.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Belletta. I believe your wife stated that you will speak for her. Is that correct?
አቶ በለጠ እንደምን ዋሉ? ባለቤቶ በእኔ ቦታ ሆኖ ይናገሩልኝ ብለዋል። ትክክል ነው?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any questions before we start? You know that this is I know that we had the show cause hearing prior. So at today, this is when you're going to call your witnesses to defend yourself. Do you understand?
ጉዳዩን ወደ ጉዳዩ ከመግባታችን በፊት የሚጠይቁት ጥያቄ አሉት። ባለፈው በቀደም ጉዳዩን ሰምተናል። ዛሬ በእናንተ በኩል የምታቀርቡትን ንግድ ፍቃዳችሁ እንዲታደስ በቀረባችሁ አቤቱታ ላይ ምስክሮች ካላችሁ እንድታሰሙ ነው።
Do they have any questions before we start?
ጥያቄ ያሉት ጉዳዩን ከመግባታችን በፊት?
አይ ምንም ጥያቄ የለንም።
No, we don't have any question.
All right. The way this is going to work is that the government will go first. The government will make an opening statement.
ስለዚህ አሁን የምናደርገው መጀመሪያ መንግስትን ወክለው ያሉ ሰው ይናገራሉ።
The licensee can either make an opening statement now, or they can elect to make an opening statement once they present their case.
አሁን እናንተ አሁን ቀድማችሁ መናገር ትችላላችሁ ወይም ደግሞ በኋላ በእናንተ በኩል ስለ ንግድ ፍቃዳችሁን አስመልክቶ የምትናገሩትን ነገር መናገር ትችላላችሁ።
Or once the government presents this case and call its witness, then the licensee will have an opportunity to cross-examine any witness brought forth by the government.
መንግስትን ወክለው የሚናገሩት ሰው ጉዳዩን ካስረዱና በእነሱ በኩል ያሏቸው ምስክሮች ካሰሙ በኋላ ምስክሮቹን ላይ መስቀለኛ ማቅረብ ጥያቄ ማቅረብ ትችላላችሁ።
After the government has presented its case, then the licensee will have an opportunity to call witnesses to defend itself.
የመንግስትን የወከሉት ሰው ጉዳዩን ከተናገሩ በኋላ እናንተ ጉዳያችንን ያስረዳልናል ብላችሁ የምትሉ ምስክሮችን ማቅረብ ትችላላችሁ።
Any questions before we start?
ጥያቄ ያላችሁ ከመጀመራችን በፊት?
የለንም።
No, we don't have.
Mr. Taylor, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Taylor, የመክፈቻ ንግግር ማድረግ ይችላሉ?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. May it please the board.
Ma'am, you need to interpret everything that he's saying, ma'am.
Yes, I will.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this case involves two violations of the DC code, both being violations in the first degree.
ዛሬ ክቡር ሊቀመንበር ዛሬ እዚህ የምንሰማው ሁለት ጥሰቶችን ነው። ሁለት የዲሲ ህግ ጥሰቶችን ነው።
The first violation is that the licensee provided a false statement on their ABC license application.
የመጀመሪያው ጥሰት የንግድ ፍቃድ የተሰጣቸው ሰው ለዲሲ ማመልከቻ በሚያስገቡበት ጊዜ የውሸት ማስረጃ አቅርበው ነው።
On that application, they answered no to the question, will any portion of the premises be used for a dwelling or lodging home?
ማመልከቻው ላይ የንግድ ቤቱ ለመኖሪያነት ይውላል ተብሎ የተጠየቀው ላይ አይውልም የሚል መልስ ነው የሰጣችሁት።
The evidence will show, and the testimony you will hear will show, that on two separate occasions, they used the second floor as a dwelling home.
አሁን በምስክር እንደምናረጋግጠው በሁለት የተለያዩ ጊዜ ሄደን ለማረጋገጥ እንደቻልነው ያ የንግድ ቦታ ለመኖሪያነትም እየዋለ እንደሆነ ነው።
First for themselves and second for an employee.
በመጀመሪያ ራሳቸው እየኖሩበት፣ ሁለተኛ ላይ ደግሞ ተቀጣሪ ሰራተኛቸው እየኖረበት ወይም እየኖረችበት።
The second primary tier violation is changing the hours of operation without board approval.
ቦርድ ሳያስፈቅዱ ለቦርድ ሳያሳውቁ የስራ ሰዓታቸውን መቀየር ነው ሁለተኛው ጥፋት።
The evidence will show that on Friday, July 8th, 2022, the establishment was operating after 2 p.m. or 2 a.m.
ማስረጃው ወደፊት የሚታየው ማስረጃ እንደሚያሳየው ጁላይ 8 2022 ላይ ከ2 ሰዓት after 2 p.m. ስራ ሲሰራ ነበር።
And at the time, ABRA investigator entered the establishment undercover and was served beer at approximately 2:38 a.m.
የኛ መርማሪ ሰራተኛ በሽፋን ሆኖ 2 ሰዓት ተኩል ከጠዋቱ ላይ ማለት መነሱ ምሽት 8 ሰዓት ተኩል ላይ establishment ውስጥ ሲገባ እየሰራ ነበር።
Ma'am, can you tell them that they always have to appear on camera because I need to make sure that they are there.
አቶ አየለ የግድ ካሜራው ፊት መሆን አለበት። ካሜራውን ኦን ማድረግ አለበት። ምክንያቱም ፊቶም ማየት አለብኝ እንዳላችሁ ለማረጋገጥ።
እሺ አድርጌዋለሁኝ። በራሱ ጊዜ ነው የሚወጣው ካሜራው።
The camera is on and off by itself, not me.
Well, I need to see you. The camera can be on and then off. I need to see you to make sure that you are actually in this hearing, because if I don't see you, I don't know if you're actually there.
የግድ እርሳውን መኖሩን ለማረጋገጥ ካሜራው ፊት መሆን ስላለባችሁ የግድ ካሜራውን ኦን ማድረግ አለበት።
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
ይቀጥሉ።
On that day, a party of at least 34 people were being served and consuming alcohol after hours.
ከምሽቱ 8 ሰዓት ተኩል ላይ እስከ 34 ለሚደርሱ ሰዎች አልኮል መጠጥ ሲሸጥ ነበር። ጁላይ 8 2022 ላይ።
Thank you.
አመሰግናለሁ።
All right, sir. Do you wish to make an opening statement now, or will you reserve until you are ready to present your case?
ጉዳዩን አሁን ማስረዳት ይፈልጋሉ ወይስ በኋላ?
አሁን ማስረዳት እችላለሁ በተወሰነ መልክ። ከዛ በኋላ ደግሞ ልጨምር እችላለሁ ብጨምረው ካለኝ።
I can present my case partially now, or I might add something later on.
Well, it's not presenting your case. It's telling. Does he know what an opening statement is? To tell me basically.
ንግግር ጉዳዩን ለማስረዳት የመክፈቻ ንግግሩን አሁን ያረጋሉ ማለት ነው። ጉዳዩ ገብቶታል?
አዎ።
Yes, I do.
All right, so does he want to do an opening statement now?
መክፈቻ ንግግር አሁን ማድረግ ይፈልጋሉ?
አዎ ማድረግ እችላለሁ።
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
ይቀጥሉ።
ክሱ በኪዲ ላውንጅ ላይ የቀረበው ክስ መሰረተ ቢስና ምንም ማስረጃ የሌለው ነው። ምክንያቱም ኪዲ ላውንጅ
አንዳንድ ለመተርጎም እንድችል አንዳንዴ ይናገሩ። The case presented against this lounge is without evidence and not fact-based.
ምክንያቱም ኪዲ ላውንጅ ስታብሊሽ የተደረገው 5503 ጆርጂያ አቬኑ ኖርዝ ዌስት ዋሽንግተን ዲሲ 20011 ስታብሊሽ የተደረገበት ፈርስት ፍሎር እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ብቻ ነው።
This lounge is established at 5503 Northwest, Washington 2001. Establishment is established on the first floor and on the basement. Basement ነው ያሉት? On the basement.
ኪዲ ላውንጅ የሚታወቀውም ፍቃድ የተሰጠውም ቤዝመንት ላይ እና ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ ብቻ ነው።
The license given to this lounges to operate on the first floor and on the basement.
ኪዲ ላውንጅ እስካሁን ድረስም ሰርቭ እያደረገ ያለው ካስተመሩን ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ብቻ ነው።
So far, this lounge is operating on the first floor and the basement, and it is serving its customers on the first floor and on the basement.
በሊከር ላይሰንስ አፕሊኬሽኑ ላይ የተጠየቅነው ኪዲ ላውንጅ ውስጥ ሰው ይኖርበታል ወይ በሚለው ኪዲ ላውንጅ የጠየቅነው ፈርስት ፍሎር እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ነው። ፈርስት ፍሎር እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ሰው ኖሮበት አያውቅም።
We fill out in our application when we fill out for liquor license, we said first floor and basement. When we did when we were asked if there was someone living on that first floor and the basement, we said no.
ከፈርስት ፍሎር እና ቤዝመንት ላይ በሚደረገው ወይም ባለው ሙቭመንት እና ስራ እንጂ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ሰርድ ፍሎር ወይንም ደግሞ አውትሳይድ ወይም ደግሞ ከስታብሊሽመንቱ ውጪ በሆነ ነገር ምንም ሊጠየቅ አይገባውም።
We cannot be asked or be here because activities are out of the first floor and the basement, like the third floor. We cannot be accused or asked about anything other than that.
ኦኩፓንሲያችን ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ብቻ ነው። አፕላይ ያደረግነውም ሊከር ቦርድ ላይሰንስ የሊከር ላይሰንስ እንድንሸጥ የፈቀደልንም ሬስቶራንትም የተፈቀደልን ፈርስት ፍሎር እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ነው እንጂ አፕስቴር ላይ ምንም አይነት ጥያቄም አላቀረብንም። ፍቃድም እንዲሰጠን አልፈለግንም። ሰርተንበትም አናቅም። እንድንሰራበትም አንፈልግም። እስከዛን ሰዓትም ድረስ አልሰራንበትም።
When we request for a license, we did request for the first floor and the basement, and we were given license for the restaurant and for a liquor license. It is for the first floor and the third floor, upstairs.
Can you let him know that it appears that he's given us more facts than that's necessary at this juncture? I will let the government present its case, and then when he's ready to present, when the government is done, then he can go into his case.
አሁን ማስረጃ እየሰጡ ነውና የመንግስቱን የወከሉት ሰው ከተናገሩ በኋላ በማስረጃ መስሚያ ሰዓት ማስረጃውን ማሰማት ይችላሉ ወይም መከራከር ይችላሉ።
Okay.
Does the government have a witness?
በመንግስት በኩል የመጀመሪያ ምስክሮች አሏቸው?
Yes, the government calls Mark Ruiz to the stand.
Ruiz የሚባሉ ምስክር ይቀርባሉ።
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness.
ለመናገር ቃል ይገባሉ?
Investigator Ruiz, what is your current position?
መርማሪ ሩይዝ
Investigator.
ምንድነው አቋሙ?
Mr. Ruiz, your attorney is going to ask questions. She's going to interpret, so please do not respond until the interpreter has interpreted the question, and then you can respond. And then once you respond, because remember, it has to be interpreted. Okay, sir? All right.
አስተርጓሚዋ እስከሚተረጉሙ ድረስ የተጠየቁትን ጥያቄ አስተርጓሚ ከተረጎመች በኋላ መልስ ይሰጣሉ።
How long have you been an investigator?
መርማሪ ሆኖ ሲሰሩ ምን ያህል ጊዜ ሆነው?
4 years.
4 ዓመት።
Are you familiar with Kids Lounge?
የቅዱስ ላውንጅ እንቅስቃሴ ያውቃሉ?
Yes.
አዎ።
Were you involved in an investigation on July 8th, 2022 involving Kids Lounge?
ጁላይ 8 2022 ቅዱስ ላውንጅ በተመለከተ በሽፋን ምርመራ ማድረግ ውስጥ ጉዳዩ ነበሩበት?
Yes.
አዎ።
Did you prepare a case report following that investigation?
ከዛ ምርመራ በኋላ ሪፖርት አቀርበዋል?
Yes.
አዎ።
Permission to share my screen, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Sella to share his screen, please?
ስክሪንን እንዳጋራ ይፈቀድልኛሉ? አዎ ብለዋቸዋል።
Access has been elevated.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
ስክሪኑ ይታየታል? አዎ።
I am showing you what has been marked as Government Exhibit 1. Is this a true and accurate copy of the case report that you prepared?
ይሄ ኤግዚቢት 1 በእርሶ የተዘጋጀው ሪፖርት ኤግዚቢት 1 ነው?
Yes.
አዎ።
Mr. Chair, as a matter of law, this document is admissible. For the sake of the record, I now formally move it into evidence.
በሕጉ መሰረት ይሄ በማስረጃነት የሚያዝ ነው።
So moved.
Investigator Ruiz, please describe what happened on July 8th, 2022, and I'll ask you to keep your answers to short sentences for the translation.
መርማሪ ሉዊዝ ጁላይ 8 2022 ምን እንደተፈጠረ ሊያስረዱን ይችላሉ?
On Friday, July 8th, 2022, at approximately 2:20 a.m., I received a call from another ABRA investigator, Devril Prout, in relation to Kids Lounge operating.
አርብ ጁላይ 8 2022 ከምሽቱ 8 ሰዓት ተኩል አካባቢ ከሌላ መርማሪ ቅዱስ ላውንጅን እንቅስቃሴ በተመለከተ ስልክ ተደወለልኝ።
I met with Investigator Prout at the location at approximately 2:35 a.m., at which time Investigator Prout entered the establishment in an undercover capacity.
ከመርማሪ ፕራው ጋራ 8 ሰዓት ተኩል አካባቢ ከምሽቱ 8 ሰዓት ተኩል አካባቢ ላውንጁ ጋር ተገናኘንና በሽፋን በድብቅ ወደ ላውንጁ ገባን።
Investigator Prout then communicated to me via telephone that he was served a beer and to come inside the establishment.
በዛ ሰዓት መጠጥ እንደቀረበለት በስልክ ነገረኝና ወደ ውስጥ እንድገባ ነገረኝ።
At that time, I notified Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, to assist us with the investigation for safety purposes, and then went inside.
በሰዓቱ ለሜትሮፖሊታን ፖሊስ ደወልኩኝና ሽፋንና እገዛ እንዲሰጡን ጠይቄያቸው ወደ ውስጥ ገባሁኝ።
Prior to attempting to enter the establishment, I found the front door to be locked. Investigator Prout had to come down and unlock the front door for me.
ወደ ውስጥ ልገባ በምሞክርበት ጊዜ በሩ ተቆልፎ ነበር። ለኢንቨስቲጌተር ፕራውት ደወልኩለትና ወደ ታች ወርዶ በሩን ከፍቶልኝ ገባሁ።
I then went upstairs where approximately 34 people were found to be sitting in lounge furniture and at a bar stocked with alcohol.
ወደ ላይ ስወጣ በግምት 34 የሚሆኑ ሰዎች ተቀምጠው አልኮል እየተሸጠላቸው ነበረ።
And also smoking hookah.
በተጨማሪም ሁካ እያጨሱ ነበር።
Ma'am, can you find out if they're there since they're not on camera?
Sir, would you say that again?
No, she.
እሳቸውን እየጠየኳቸው ነው። Mr. Chairman, would you repeat what you said?
I want to make sure he's there because he's not on camera.
አንዳንዱ አቶ አየለ እርስዎን እንዳሉ ለማረጋገጥ ነው በካሜራው ላይ ስለማይታዩ።
Is he there? All right, go ahead, sir.
Investigator Ruiz, did Kids Lounge have a license that enabled them to serve alcohol after 2 a.m.?
No.
ማሪ ሉዊዝ ቅድስት ላውንጅ ከምሽቱ 8 ሰዓት በኋላ አልኮል እንዲሸጡ ፈቃድ አላቸው?
No.
የላቸው።
Is it fair to say that the bottom floor of this establishment was closed at the time?
Would you mind repeating that, sir?
Is it fair to say that the bottom floor of this establishment was closed at the time of the investigation?
ያ ምርመራ በሚደረግበት ጊዜ የቤዝመንቱ ዝግ ነበር ብሎ ለማለት ይቻላል?
Yes.
Yes, አዎ።
What floor was the alcohol being served on?
አልኮል እየተሸጠ በየትኛው ፍሎር ላይ ነበር አልኮል እየተሸጠ የነበረው?
The second floor.
ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ ነው።
Was the second floor connected in any way to the bottom floor?
ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ከቤዝመንቱ ጋር በሆነ የተያያዘ ነው የተገናኘ ነበር?
Yes, via stairwell.
አዎ በደረጃ ይገናኝ ነበር።
And were there doors from the stairwell leading both upstairs and into the ground floor of the establishment?
ወደ ታችና ወደ ላይ በደረጃው አካባቢ የሚያገናኝ በሮች ነበሩ?
Yes.
አዎ።
Did you receive any explanation for what the second floor was being used for?
ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ለምን አገልግሎት እንደሚውል ምክንያት ማብራሪያ ወይም ምክንያት ተሰጥቷችሁ ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
What was that explanation?
ምንድን ነበረ የተሰጣችሁ ማብራሪያ መግለጫ?
Mr. Billette explained to me that the second floor was used as a dwelling as it was being rented out to a woman.
አቶ በለጠ አቶ አየለ ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ለሆነች ሴትዮ ለመኖሪያነት እንደተከራየ ነገረኝ። የሰጠኝ ማብራሪያ እሱ ነው።
And who was this woman?
ማናት ሴትዮዋ?
She's known as Miss Jamal, a friend of theirs.
የቤተሰቡ ጓደኛ? You said her name is Jamal?
Did they say that they had used the second floor as a dwelling prior to Ms. Jamal?
ለጀማል ለሚባል ሰው ከመከራየቱ በፊት ለመኖሪያነት ይውል ነበር ሁለተኛው ፍሎር?
Yes.
አዎ።
And what was the context of that?
I didn't get that question, sir.
What was the context at usage?
Can you explain that, sir? I didn't get it.
How did they say it was used before Mr. Jamal?
ለጀማል ወይም ደግሞ ለአቶ ጀማል ከመከራየቱ በፊት ያንን ቤት ለምን ጉዳይ ነበር የሚያውሉት?
They had occupied it as a dwelling when they first took over the establishment.
እነሱ ለመኖሪያነት ይጠቀሙበት ነበር ላውንጅን ከመክፈታቸው በፊት።
As part of your investigation, did you look into their initial ABRA license application?
Yes.
እንደ መርማሪነቱ ማመልከቻውን ለላይሰንስ ማመልከቻ ባስገቡበት ጊዜ ያንን ተመልክተውታት ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
And is there a question, specifically number 8, that asks about the use of any part of the premises as a dwelling?
ማመልከቻው ላይ በተለይ ስምንተኛው ጥያቄ ላይ የመጠጡን ቤት ለመኖሪያነት የመጠቀም ብሎ የሚለውን ጥያቄ ተመልክተውታል?
Yes.
አዎ።
I'm moving to page 42 of Government Exhibit 1.
ገጽ 12 የመንግስት ኤግዚቢት ቁጥር 42 7 ቁጥር 42 ላይ
Can you please explain how they answered question 8?
አሁን እየተመለከቱት ያለውን ጥያቄ 8ን እንዴት ብለው የሰጡት መልስ ይታዩታል?
They answered by checking the boxes no.
መልስ የሰጡት አይ አንጠቀም ብሎ ወይም ነው የሚለውን ምልክት በማድረግ ነው።
Based on their statements that they had lived there on the second floor in the past, did you determine that their answers to question 8 were false?
መኖሪያቸውን በመመልከቱና የሰጡትን መልስና ሄደው ያዩትን በማገናዘብ የመለሱት መልስ ውሸት ነው? አዎ።
Yes.
That being said, at the time of this investigation, were you able to determine if that second floor was being used for living quarters as they described?
ምርመራ ባደረጉበት ወቅት ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ለመኖሪያ ቤትነት እየተጠቀሙበት ነው ወይስ ለአልኮል መሸጫ ነው ብሎ የሚለውን ማየት ችለዋል ወይ መወሰን ችለዋል?
No.
ለመኖሪያነት እየተጠቀሙበት ነው ብሎ የሚለውን መወሰን ችለዋል? አይ አይደለም፣ ለመኖሪያነት እየተጠቀሙበት አይደለም።
Just to be clear, because that was a long question, no meaning that you determined their statement was false?
ስለዚህ በእርሶ ያን ሄደው በተመለከቱት እዛ ላይ የተናገሩት ነገር ውሸት ሆኖ አግኝተውታል?
No, meaning that it didn't appear to be used as a dwelling at the time.
አዎ ለመኖሪያነት ሳይሆን በወቅቱ ለመኖሪያነት አልነበረም የሚጠቀሙበት የነበረው።
Were pictures taken of the second floor?
Can you repeat that, sir?
Were there pictures taken of the second floor?
ያን በወቅቱ የሁለተኛውን ፍሎር ፎቶግራፎች ወስደው ነበር ለምን አገልግሎት እየዋለ እንደነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
I'm scrolling down to page 5 through 10. I'm sorry, 12 of the exhibit. Are these the photographs?
ከገጽ 5 እስከ 12 ድረስ እነዚህ ፎቶዎች በማስረጃነት የቀረቡት ፎቶዎች እነዚህ ናቸው በወቅቱ የተወሰዱት?
Yes.
አዎ።
Does this photo that is on screen labeled as Exhibit 2 accurately display the lounge area of the second floor?
ይሄ እዚህ ፊት ለፊት እያዩት ያለው ኤግዚቢት 2 ተብሎ የተመዘገበው የሁለተኛ ፍሎር ላይ ያለው ላውንጁን የሚያሳይ ነው። በትክክል ይገልጻል ይሄ ፎቶ በወቅቱ?
Yes.
አዎ።
Does the photo labeled Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5 accurately display the bar area?
ኤግዚቢት 4 እና 5 የመጠጥ መሸጫውን የባሩን በትክክል የሚያሳይ ነው?
Yes.
And I see here on what is labeled Exhibit 6, page 10, there is a back room labeled office on the door. Can you please describe what was in there?
ኤግዚቢት 6 ላይ አሁን እዚህ ላይ እንደምናየው ኦፊስ ተብሎ ምልክት ያለበት በር ለምን ስራ ላይ ይውል እንደነበረ ሊያስረዱን ይችላሉ?
A desk and a refrigerator, a bunch of other stuff I didn't take note.
ፍሪጅ፣ ወንበርና ሌሎች አሁን ማላስታውሳቸው እቃዎች ተቀምጠውበት ነበር።
Did you look through the entirety of the second floor?
በወቅቱ ሁለተኛውን ፍሎር በሙሉ ተዟዙረው አይተው ነበር? አዎ።
Yes.
Did you see a bed?
ተዟዙረው ሲመለከቱ አልጋ አይተው ነበር?
No.
አላየሁም።
Did you see dressers or closets or suitcases filled with clothing?
ቁም ሳጥን ወይም የመሳሰሉትን የልብስ ማስቀመጫ ነገሮች አይተው ነበር?
No.
አላየሁም።
Was there a toothbrush in the bathroom?
መጸዳጃ ቤትስ የጥርስ ብሩሽ የመሳሰሉት ነገር ነበሩ? አይተዋል?
I didn't see the bathroom.
መታጠቢያ ቤቱን አላየሁም።
Was there a bathroom on this floor?
መታጠቢያ ቤት ነበረ በዚህ ሁለተኛ ፍሎር ላይ?
Yes, I was told by Investigator Prout there was.
አዎ ይመስለኛል አለ።
Based on the lack of furniture and indicia of domicile or living there, can you conclude that there was no one living there at the time?
መኖሪያ ቤት የሚያደርጉ እንደ ጠረጴዛ፣ አልጋ የመሳሰሉ ነገሮች አለመኖራቸውን ያንን ግምት ውስጥ በማስገባት ያ ፍሎር ለመኖሪያነት ይጠቀሙበት ነበር አይጠቀሙበትም ለማለት ያስችላል?
Yes.
አዎ አይጠቀሙበትም ነበር።
Do the photographs that we scrolled through also display the beer that was being served?
እዚህ ፎቶ ላይ እንደምናየው ይሸጥ የነበረውን ቢራ ያሳያል? ይገልጻል?
Yes.
አዎ።
As part of your investigation, were you able to identify the lease for this these premises?
በምርመራ ሂደቱ ለዚህ የዚህን ላውንጅ ሊዝ ተመልክተውታል?
Yes.
አዎ።
Was either Kit's Lounge or the owners of Kit's Lounge leasing out the entirety of the premises?
በሊዙ የቅዱስ ላውንጅ ባለቤት ሁሉንም ያንን ቦታ ሊዝ አድርገውት እንደነበረ ያሳያል። ሊዙ ይገልጻል።
Yes.
አዎ
So they had direct legal control over this second floor.
ስለዚህ ህጋዊ የዚህን ህጋዊ በእነሱ ይዞታ ስር በህጋዊ ይዞታ እንዳለው ይገልጻል ሊዙ። አዎ
Yes.
And that lease is included in the exhibits of this document, starting on page 13.
አሁን ከዚህ ከኤግዚቢቱ ጋር የተያዘው ከገጽ 13 ጀምሮ በእነሱ ይዞታ ስር ወይም ቁጥጥር ስር ያለ ሊዝ አግሪመንት መሆኑን ይሄ ይገልጻል። አዎ
Yes.
Based on everything we discussed, were you able to determine if Kitty Lounge or Kit's Lounge was serving alcohol after hours?
አሁን በቀረበው ማስረጃ እና ምርመራ መሰረት የቅዱስ ላውንጅ ከሰዓት እላፊ ከተፈቀደለት ሰዓት ውጪ አልኮል ሲሸጥ ነበረ ብሎ ለማለት ይቻላል።
Yes.
አዎ
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
ተጨማሪ ጥያቄ የለኝም።
You ask him if he has, does he have any questions he want to ask the investigator?
መርማሪውን የሚጠይቋቸው ጥያቄ አለ? አይሰማም።
አዎ
Yes, I don't have questions for him.
All right. Any questions of the investigator by the board?
ለቦርዱ ለመርማሪ የሚያቀርብላቸው ጥያቄ አለ?
ለመርማሪው ሳይሆን ለምስክሩ።
Ma'am, no. He said he didn't have any questions to ask. Or does he have? He said he didn't have any questions to ask, so I've moved on.
No, he said he have a question.
Oh, he said that he had a question?
Yes.
Well, I apologize. Okay, what's the question? Okay.
ጥያቄው ምንድን ነው?
ጥያቄ በመጀመሪያ ደረጃ ላይ የኪዲ ላውንጅ ኦኩፓንሲ ወይም ኪዲ ላውንጅ የሚመለከተው የትኛውንና የትኛውን ፍሎር ነው? አንደኛው ጥያቄ ነው።
ቆይ ይሄን ልተርጉም። According to you, according to the investigator, the occupancy of this lounge, which floor? That is my first question. Second?
No, he's asked, hold on. So he's asked an investigator question. The investigator will answer. Then he asked him another question. So it's so Mr. Ruiz, did you hear the question to answer, sir?
ጥያቄውን ሰምተዋል፣ መመለስ ይችላሉ።
Can you repeat the question again, please?
According to you, according to the investigator, which floor is Kadus Lounge occupancy? The occupancy of Kadus Lounge, which floor?
I'm not understanding.
Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Ruiz, based on the license, what floor is Kids Lounge?
First floor.
እንደ ምርመራው መሰረት የቅዱስ ላውንጅ የቱ ጋር ነው ኦፕሬት ማድረግ የነበረው? ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ ብቻ ነው።
ኦኬ ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ ነው እንትን ያገኘ ካስተመር የነበረው በዛን ቀን ወይስ ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ ነው?
According to you, it is in the first floor or in the second floor that you saw customers?
I saw customers on the second floor.
ሁለተኛ ፍሎር ላይ ነው።
ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ኪዲ ላውንጅን ይመለከተዋል?
So second floor is Kadus Lounge is responsible for the second floor, or second floor is attached with Kadis Lounge.
According to the lease, Kitty Lounge is responsible for the entire building.
በሊዙ መሰረት ቅዱስ ላውንጅ ለሁሉም ፍሎሮች ቅዱስ ላውንጅ ስር ቁጥጥር ሊዝ ስር ናቸው።
ሊዙን የተፈራረመው ከቤቱ ባለቤት ጋር ኪድስ ላውንጅ ነው ወይንስ አየለና ቅድስት ናቸው?
Who signed on the lease agreement? Is it Ayala and Kedist, or it is Kedist Lounge who signed on the agreement, the lease agreement?
I would have to take a look back and look again. I don't recall.
መልሼ ሊዙን ማየት አለብኝ። አሁን አላስታውሰው
እና በማታስታውሰው እንትን ላይ ነው ክሱን የመሰረትከው። ባለቤቱ ማን እንደሆነ የሰከንድ ፍሎሩ እና የፈርስት ፍሎሮቹን ሰዓት ላይ ነው እንትን ክስ የመሰረትከው ማለት ነው ወይም ኢንቨስቲጌት ያደረከው?
So you based your investigation and your allegations before you clearly see through the list, before you investigate for before you have a clear understanding.
Can you repeat? What's the question?
The question is, you have to clearly have a clear understanding who owns which floor and what floor before you put your report, your accusation.
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
He said you put your report, your accusation before you have a clear understanding who owns which floor, or which floor this lounge owns or controls.
The owner of the alcohol license is on the lease as well. So they control all floors.
እናንተ ንግድ ፈቃድ ላይ ሁሉንም ፍሎሮች የሚቆጣጠረው ቅድስት ላውንጅ ነው የሚል ነው ላይሰንሱ ላይ የተገለጸው።
ኖ ላይሰንሱን አፕላይ ስናደርግ ኦልሬዲ ሊዝ አግሪመንት ልከናል። ሊዝ አግሪመንቱ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ነው ከቤቱ ባለቤት ጋር ሊዝ አግሪመንት ያደረገው ወይንስ ሌላ ላይክ የኪዲ ላውንጅ ባለቤት ነው?
When we apply for the license, we send the lease agreement as an attachment. So he's asking you again, on the lease, who signed the agreement? Is this Kedist and Ayala or Kedist Lounge? Who signed the lease agreement with the owner of the building? Is this Kedist Lounge or is this Kedist and Ayala?
Just looking at the signature of the lease, Kedis Shea.
Kedist Shea ናት አግሪመንቱ ላይ ሳይን ያደረገችው።
ቅድስት ሼይ ብቻ ነች ይላል አግሪመንቱ።
It's only Kedist Shea that signed on the agreement.
Yes.
Oh.
ኦኬ ሌላው ጥያቄ ቅድስት ላውንጅ የተፈቀደለት ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ ብቻ ነው አልኮል እንዲሸጥ።
Kedist Lounge is
I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you who's speaking?
I am trying to translate what he's asking.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead. I thought I heard a different voice. I apologize.
Okay. According to the license, the alcohol license, this lounge is allowed to sell alcohol only on the first floor.
Correct.
Aquila?
Correct. So it appears that alcohol was being served on an unlicensed floor.
አዎ ትክክል ነው። ግን አልኮሉ ሲሸጥ የነበረው ፍቃድ ባልተሰጠበት ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ላይ ነው።
በሰዓቱ እዛ በደረስክበት ሰዓት የኪዲ ላውንጅ ሰራተኞች ነበሩ አልኮል ሰርቭ ሲያደርጉ የነበሩት?
When you were investigating, when you were on July 8, 2022, when you at True Service, when you were investigating, did you recognize that those who were serving alcohol, the employees were this lounge employees?
I didn't recognize as I don't know all the employees that work for Cadis Lounge. I can only go by who was there.
የቅዱስ ላውንጅ ሰራተኞች የሆኑ አይሆኑ አለየኋቸው።
የአንደር ከቨር ሚስተር ፕራውድ በቦታው ላይ ደርሶ ቢራ አዞ ተሰጥቶታል ብለህ ነበረ። ስንት ብር ከፈለ? ለማ ከፈለ?
Investigator Proud was served beer, and how much did he pay?
He wasn't charged for the beer.
እንትን አልተባለም፣ ገንዘብ አልከፈለም።
አስተናጋጅ ገንዘብ ክፈል አላሉትም ነበረ ወይስ እሱ መክፈል አልፈለገም ነበረ በዛ ሰዓት?
The servers didn't ask him to pay, or he didn't want to pay?
According to Mr. Prowl, he wasn't asked to pay at the time of the service.
Mr. Prowl እንዳለው ክፈል እንዳልተባለ ነው በወቅቱ።
ሚስተር ፕራውድ ብር አውጥቶ እዛ ላስተናገደው ሰው ብር ለመስጠት አልሞከረም ነበረ?
Didn't he, Mr. Proud, try to pay?
I don't recall.
I
said, no, I don't recall.
በዚህ በአንተ ኢንቨስቲጌሽን መሰረት ኪዲ ላውንጅ ማለት የትኛውና የትኛው ፍሎር ነው?
According to your investigation, Kiddie Lounge operates on which floor?
It occupies which floor?
Yes, the license given to Kiddie Lounge to operate on which floor?
First floor.
First floor ላይ ብቻ ነው።
ኦኬ ከጁላይ 8 በኋላ ኪዲ ላውንጅ መተህ ታውቃለህ?
Were you
ኢንቨስቲጌሽን
did you conduct an investigation on Kiddie Lounge, or were you present in Kiddie Lounge after July 8, 2022? Did you try to investigate Kiddie Lounge after July 8, 2022?
Yes.
How?
ኪዲላ አሁን የከሰስክበት ኤሪያ ክፍት ነበረ ስትሄድ ሄዳ አይተዋል? ከዛ በኋላ
the areas were open or operating?
Repeat the question for me again.
After July 8, you said you were there to investigate. When you were trying to investigate after July 8, the areas you mentioned were operating?
Objection, relevance.
ተቃውሞ አቀርባለሁ። ከጉዳዩ ጋር የሚያያይዘው ነገር ምንድን ነው?
Any investigation that occurred after the incidents at issue today are not relevant.
ጉዳዩ ከጠቀሰው ቀን በኋላ የተደረጉ ምርመራዎች ከዚህ ጋር የሚያያይዛቸው ነገር የለም።
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. If he can respond to the question, he can.
መልስ እንዲሰጥ አዛለሁ። መልስ ይስጥበት።
Are you able to answer the question, Mr. Ruiz?
Can you repeat the question one more time for me, please?
ጥያቄ ምን ነበር አቶ አየለ?
ጥያቄ በከሰስክበት ክስ በጁላይ 8 2022 ክሱን ለማጠናከር ለኢንቨስቲጌሽን በመጣህ ጊዜ የላይኛውን አፕስቴሩን ወይም ሰከንድ ፍሎሩን ሄደህ አይተኸዋል ወይ ወይም ለመሄድ ሞክረህ ነበር ወይ?
When during the other round investigation, did you try to check upstairs or basement if lounge was operating at that floors? After that, on the second or third investigation?
You're asking if I checked the upstairs or the basement? I checked the basement and the first floor. After that date, they were found operating on the first and basement, not on the second floor.
በሁለተኛው ማጣራት ምርመራ ጊዜ በመጀመሪያ ፍሎር እና ቤዝመንቱ ላይ ስራው ሲካሄዱ ነበር። ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ላይ ግን ምንም እንቅስቃሴ አልነበረም።
ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ላይ ሄደህ አይተኸዋል? መሄድ ችለህ ነበር ወይ?
Did you check the second floor? Were you able to see the second floor?
I did not check the second floor. I believe when I was there afterwards, the gate to the second floor was locked. I did not check the second floor.
አላደረኩም። በሩ ዝግ ነበረ።
ቅድም ግን ስትመሰክር የነበረው የላይኛው ፍሎር እና የታችኛው ፍሎር በስቴርዌል ይገናኛሉ፣ አንድ ጋር አንድ እንትን ናቸው ብለህ ስትመሰክር ነበረ።
You testify that the first floor and the basement were connected through a stair and a door.
The basement and the first floor are connected with a stairwell.
How?
እና ለምን መሄድ አልቻልክ? አሁን ደግሞ ሁለቱ መገናኘት እንደማይችሉ እየተናገርክ ነው። ጌታ አለው እዛ ጋር ወደ ላይ መውጣት አልቻልኩኝም መሄድ አልቻልኩኝም እያልክ ነው።
But you just testified that the gate was closed and you were unable to go to the second floor. Why is that?
At the time of the inspection afterwards, that gate was closed. Prior to that, that gate was open.
በቀደመው ምርመራ ጊዜ በሩ ክፍት ነበር። በሁለተኛው ምርመራ ጊዜ በሩ ዝግ ነበር።
ወደ ላይ የሰከንድ ፍሎሩ የራሱ ጌት አለው፣ ኪዲ ላውንጅም የራሱ ጌት አለው ማለት ሴፓሬት ሁለቱ አይገናኙም ማለት ነው። እንደ ልብ ወክ አድርጎ መውጣት አይቻልም ማለት ነው።
So according to you, kiddie lounge have a separate door and second floor has a separate door. So they are not connected, it means?
They're connected inside the premises. Other than a gate that is locked at once in a while, I guess.
ይገናኛሉ፣ ነገር ግን አንዳንዴ በሩ ይዘጋል ማለት ነው። በሩ ዝግ ነበር።
ለኢንቨስቲጌሽን በመጣ ሰዓት አፕስቴር ብቻ ነው የነበርከው ወይስ ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይም ሄደህ ነበረ? ትሩ በአፕስቴር በኩል ወደ ታች ወርደ ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ ሄደህ ነበር ወይ? በስቴርዌል ወርደ?
Did you try to use the stairwell to go up and down?
Objection asked and answered.
ቃወማለሁ። ኦልሬዲ መልስ ተሰጥቶበታል።
Sustained. Let's move on. Does he have another question you want to ask?
ሌላ ጥያቄ ካለው ወደ ሌላ ጥያቄ እንሂድ። ይሄንን እናቆመው።
ይሄኛው ጥያቄ በጣም ኢምፖርታንት ስለሆነ እንዲመልስልኝ ይፈቀድልኝ።
This question is very important to the case, so please allow him to answer me.
Does he? No, I sustained the objection, so he couldn't ask that question because it was stated that it was asked and answered. So does he have another question that he needs to ask? He can rephrase it, say it a different way, but does he have another question he wants to ask?
Where በሌላ መልኩ ጠይቅ እንጂ ይሄ ጥያቄ ተዘግቷል። በዚህ ጥያቄ ላይ መልስ መስጠት አይጠየቅም። ሌላ ጥያቄ ካለው ይቀጥሉ።
በሰዓቱ ለኢንቨስቲጌሽን በገባ ሰዓት ላይ እዛ ቤት ነዋሪ ነኝ ብሎ ራሱን ክሌም ያደረገ ሰው ነበር ወይ?
During the first investigation, did you encounter anyone who claims that he lives in here or this is my home or my house?
Did I talk to anyone? Yes, I talked to you.
አንተም ብቻ ነው ያነጋገርኩት፣ ሌላ ሰው አላነጋገርኩም።
በሰዓቱን የዛ ቦታ ነበርኩኝ ጁላይ 8
I was there when you told ሁለተኛው ነው የመጀመሪያ ኢንቨስቲጌሽን ላይ ነው?
ነው የመጀመሪያ ቀን ጁላይ 8 እዛ በሄድክበት ሰዓት ላይ እኔ ጁላይ 8 ነው ቅድምም የተከለከልኩት ጥያቄ እና ጁላይ 8 እዛ በነበረበት ሰዓት ከፈርስት ፍሎር ወደ ዳውንስቴር ሄደ አይተሃል ወይ ለማለት ነበር። አንቺ ትርጉሙ ላይ ነው ያበላሽሽብኝ። ስለዚህ አሁንም
ባልተርጉም ያለው እሳቸው ናቸው። She was saying that he was asking the same question, but he said that I didn't interpret that.
I'm sorry. I'm lost. What's going on now?
He said that the question he was trying to ask was, did he use the stairwell to come from the first floor to the second floor? And I didn't interpret that for him.
All right. So are you able to answer the question, sir? I guess the question is that, I'm sorry, what's the question?
The question is, did he use the stair? ደረጃውን ተጠቅሞ ከፈርስት ፍሎር ወደ ሰከንድ ፍሎር ወይም ከሰከንድ ፍሎር ወደ ፈርስት ፍሎር ለመሄድ ሞክረው ነበር ወይ ነው አይደለ ጥያቄው?
ጁላይ 8 ከሚስተር ፕራውድ ጋር እዛ በመጡ ጊዜ ፖሊስ ኦፊሰር ይዘው ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ ነበርን ብሏል። ፒክቸርም ሲያነሳ የነበረው ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ ነው። የታችኛው ደግሞ ሁለቱ ደግሞ ኮኔክት ሆኖ ሰው ሲወጣ ሲገባ ነበረ ከኪዲ ላውንጅ ጋር ብሏል። እሱ ሄዶ ነበር ወይ በስቴርዌሉ ተጠቅሞ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ሄዶ ፒክቸር አንስቷል ወይ ሄዶ ነበር ወይ ነው የኔ ጥያቄ።
On July 8, when he came to investigate, did you use the staircase to go to first floor to take picture to get this lounge?
On July 8th, the security gate was locked at the bottom of the stairwell. So no, did not go to the first floor.
First floor አልሄድኩም በሩ ዝግ ስለነበረ።
ኦኬ ይሄ ማለት ፈርስት ጁላይ 8ም ወደ ዳውንስቴር አልወረድክም ነበረ። ለሁለተኛ ኢንቨስቲጌሽንም መጣ ከፈርስት ፍሎር ወደ ላይ መውጣት አልቻልክም ነበረ። ስለዚህ ሁለት ቀንም መጣህ አክሰስ ካላደረክ ፈርስት ፍሎርም መጥተህ ወደ ላይ ካልወጣ ሰከንድ ፍሎርም መጥተህ ወደ ታች ካልሄድህ ሁለቱ ኮኔክት ናቸው ብለህ ማለት ትችላለህ ወይ?
If you're unable to access to go to the first floor or the basement using the stairs, can you see that these places are connected? You're unable to do that both times.
I could say it's connected interiorly with control by the licensees to enter and exit as they please.
የተገናኙ ናቸው በእናንተ ቁጥጥር ስር ያሉ ናቸው። ለመዝጋትም ለመግባትም ለመውጣትም እንትን ለማለት በእናንተ ቁጥጥር ስር ያሉ ናቸው። ውስጥ ለውስጥ ይገናኛሉ።
You have another question, sir?
ሌላ ጥያቄ አለው?
ያ በሰዓቱ እንትን መልሶልኛል። በሰዓቱ እንትን ብላል። እዛ ቤት እኖራለሁ ብሎ ራሱን ክሌም ያደረገ የኔ ቤት ነው ያለ ሰው ነበረው የሚለውን
When you came to investigate in July 8th, did you encounter anyone that claims that who lives in the second floor or anyone?
The woman, Miss Jamal, claimed that she lived there.
እዛ ነው የምትኖረው ብሎ ያላችኋት ሴትዮ ነው ያገኘኋት።
የእሷን ሊዝ አግሪመንት እዛ ለመኖሯ አረጋግጠዋል።
Did you see her lease agreement? Did you have proof that she is living in there?
I did not see a lease agreement, no.
አላየሁም።
በኢሜል ልኬል ከዚህ በፊት በደንብ አውርተን ነበረ ስለ ኢሜሉም ስለ ሊዙም ሊከሩንም የገዛችበትን ሪሲት ቪዲዮዎችም በሰዓቱ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ተዘግቶ እንደነበር የሚያሳይ ቪዲዮ ላክልኝ ብለኝ ለአንተ ለራስህ ልኬልህ ነበር። እሱ ኢሜል አልደረሰህም? አላየኸውም?
I sent you an email with videos, pictures, lease agreement, and with other evidence. You asked me that proof Kitty Lounge was closed at that time. Did you check it? Didn't you receive the email?
Objection as to evidence not in the record.
Well, he's just asking him a question to say I sent you the email so the witness can testify whether or not he did receive it. Now, if he wants specific testimony, then your objection at that point you can raise it. But I think he should be able to answer. I'm going to overrule the objection. He should be able to answer whether or not he received any communication from the witness after. So
I don't recall receiving any video on this date for this date.
ኦኬ ግን ለእኔ ለራሴ ፐርሰናሊ ደርሶኛል ብለኸኝ ነበረ። ቪዲዮዎቹን ሁሉ ላክልኝ፣ ሊዝ አግሪመንቱንም ላክልኝ ብለኸኝ ከካድከኝ ምንም ችግር የለውም።
You personally told me that you received the email.
Objection argumentative.
Sir, if you have a question, the witness testified that he does not recall, so he never stated that he didn't receive it. He just said he does not recall at this moment that he did not receive it. So that is a legitimate response. So if you have proof when you're presenting your case, and or if you have as part of your case, if you have proof of the email that you sent him and a response, then you can put that on. But he testified that he doesn't recall receiving any communication from you, sir.
መልስ ሲሰጡ አላስታውስም ብለዋልና እርስዎ እንደላኩላቸው ማስረጃ ማቅረብ የሚችሉ ከሆነ ማስረጃ በሚያቀርቡበት ጊዜ ሊያቀርቡ ይችላሉ። አለበለዚያ ክደውኛል አልካዱኝም ብሎ የሚል ክርክር ማንሳት አይችሉም። ክርክር ነው እሱ የሚሆነው። Okay.
You're done? No more questions?
ጨርሰዋል? ጥያቄ የለዎትም?
For this witness.
እዚህኛው ምስክር
He has no more questions for this witness. Is that correct?
አሎት የለዎትም?
ጥያቄ የለኝም የምጠይቀው። በእኔ በኩል ግን ምስክሮችም አሉኝ። እኔም ኬዙን ማብራራትና ፒክቸር አንደርስታንድ እንዲያደርገው ቸርማን እጠይቃለሁ።
I don't have any question, but I have witness and I can present my case to you so you can see in picture.
Okay. The government is presenting their case now, so when the government is done, then he can present his case. Okay, fine. All right.
በመንግስት በኩል የሚያቀርቡትን ነገር ካቀረቡ ከጨረሱ በኋላ በተራው ያቀርባሉ።
All right. Any questions by the board members?
ከቦርድ ሜምበሮች የሚቀርብ ጥያቄ አለ?
እንደገና ድገሚልኝ።
No,
ከቦርድ አባሎቹ እዚህ ካሉ ጥያቄ ለምስክሩ የሚያቀርቡላቸው አለ ወይ?
all right. Let him, he is done asking questions of this witness. The board is now going to ask questions of the witness, and then later on, when he presents his case, he can call his witnesses, okay?
አሁን ቦርዱ ለእኚህ ምስክር የሚያቀርብላቸው ጥያቄ የለም። እርሶም የሎትም። የራሱን ጉዳይ በሚያስረዱበት ጊዜ ምስክሮችን ማቅረብ ይችላሉ።
ምንም እየተሰማኝ አይደለም ያለው።
What is it?
እየተሰማኝ አይደለም ያለው።
He says he can't hear you.
What I said, tell him I can't see him now. Just tell him that he will get a chance to present his evidence and witnesses later on.
ያየሁት አይደለም፣ ከካሜራ ጠፍተዋል። የራሱን ጉዳይ በሚያስረዱበት ጊዜ ያኔ ማስረጃውንም ምስክሮቹንም ማቅረብ ይችላሉ። በእርሶ ተራ ጊዜ
And if you can also let him know that I'm hearing all that noise in his background. That's why he can't hear me.
እርሶ ጋር ጫጫታ አለ፣ የሚሰማ ጫጫታ አለና እኛም ልንሰማዎት አልቻለም።
So he needs to mute his phone because I'm picking up all the static in the background from him.
ሌላ ድምፅ እንዳይገባ የእርሶንም ስልኮትን ሚዩት ያድርጉ።
And I need to see him on screen.
በካሜራው ፊት መምጣት አለቦት አቶ አየለ።
Thank you. All right. I have a question to ask you, Mr. Ruiz.
Yes, sir.
ለሚስተር ሩይዝ ጥያቄ አለኝ። ፕሊዝ
Why did you go? Why did the investigator, you or Mr. Pratt, why did you go to the second floor?
በምን የተነሳ ነው ወደ ሁለተኛ ፍሎር የሄዱት?
That's where they were allowing patrons in through the front door.
ምክንያቱም ጠጮች እያስገቡ የነበረው ጠጮች እየገቡ የነበረው ሁለተኛ ፍሎር ላይ ስለነበረ ነው።
Now, explain in your report, is there a picture of the establishment? Do you have a picture of the outside of the establishment in your report?
በሪፖርት ላይ የውጭውን የቅዱስ ላንድ የውጭ ፎቶዎች አሉት ቴሌቪዥን ያንን የሚያሳይ?
Recall if I did.
አለኝ መሰለኝ።
ድምፅ እየተቆራረጠ ነው። ምንም እየሰማው አይደለም ያለው።
No, I did not.
Can you tell him to mute his phone, please? He needs to turn his camera on and mute his phone.
አቶ አየለ ካሜራውን ኦን ያድርጉ፣ ከጀርባ ያለው ድምፅ ያጥፉ።
Thank you, sir. All right. So when you go to the,
I think you're muted, Mr. Chair.
is this a storefront building?
ይሄ ቅዱስ ላውንጅ በህንፃው ፊት ለፊት ያለ ቦታ ነው።
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz.
Permission to directly message Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead, please.
I'm communicating with him right now.
You don't have to, Mr. Seven.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right. There.
You can turn your volume up a little bit more, sir. All right. Why did an investigator go to this establishment on I think it said July 8th, you said?
Yes.
ለምንድን
Why
ነው
did
የእርስዎ መርማሪ በጁላይ 8 ወደ ቅዱስ ላውንጅ ሄደው?
So the establishment, looking at the establishment underneath the training, there are two doors on the left and on the right side. One goes upstairs, one goes to the first floor. When Investigator Prout observed individuals entering the premises with him not knowing the establishment on the first floor, he followed where the patrons were going up, and there was loud music playing, which led him to believe that there was operation.
በወቅቱ ሚስተር ብራውን ሰዎች ደረጃ ሲወጡና ሲገቡ ስላየ እነሱን ተከትሎ ምናልባት እዚህ አልኮል ሊሸጥ ይችላል ብሎ ስለጠረጠረ ነው የገባው፣ ተከትሏቸው ገባ።
During the visit on July 8th, did yourself or Mr. Prout speak to an owner or an ABC manager from Kids Lounge?
No.
Chairman, would you mind repeating the question?
I said on July 8th, when the investigator went to the establishment, did they speak to an owner or an ABC manager from Kids Lounge?
እኔ ምንም እየሰማሁ አይደለም።
Sir, I'm not asking your question, sir.
አይሰማኝም። ምን መመለስ
Can you
አልችልም።
tell
እኔ
him I
እንደገና
do not want to hear
start over
anything
again.
from you, ma'am?
He's complaining that he's not hearing anything.
I don't know why he's not here. I don't know what he's doing. I can't see him. And he's complaining.
ካሜራ ፊትም አይደለም።
He's complaining he can't hear me. I can't see him. So if I can see him, then he can
እናንተ
hear
የምታወሩት
me.
አይሰማኝም። ካሜራውን ግን አያችኋለሁ። አይሰማኝም። በጣም ይቆራረጣል።
He's saying that I can see you, but I can't hear you. There is your voice is breaking down.
Well, it is your connection, sir, because you weren't having a problem before, and I can't see you, and I can hear all the noise in the background. And every time I don't see you on camera, I'm hearing you because it appears you're talking to somebody.
ከካሜራ በሚጠፉበት ጊዜ ከሌላ ሰው ጋር ሲነጋገሩ ይሰማኛል። የእርሶ የኢንተርኔት እና የስልክ ችግር እንጂ የኛ አይደለም።
All right. Mr. Ruiz, who did the ABRA investigator, yourself or Mr. Prout, speak to? Did the ABRA investigator speak to anyone on regarding the activities of this establishment on July 8th, 2022?
በወቅቱ ለምርመራ በሄዳችሁበት ጊዜ የላውንጁን ባለቤቶች ወይም ያነጋገራችሁት ሰው ነበር?
At the time, owners were not, or an ABC manager was not present. It was just the woman. I spoke to the Mr. Billette after days later.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
በወቅቱ የላውንጁ ባለቤቶች አልነበሩም።
ነው ፕሊዝ፣ ምንም እየሰማሁ አይደለም ያለው። ምንድነው እሱ ነገር? እኔ መመለስ አለ።
What is he saying now?
He said he can't hear anything.
And I can't see him.
እያየሁ አይደለም ነው የሚሉት። እርሶ ደግሞ እየሰማሁ አይደለም ብለው ይላሉ።
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
ይሰማዎታል አቶ አየለ?
በጣም ይቆራረጣል። እስካሁን ድረስ ለ30 ሰከንድ ማለት ድምፅ አልሰማሁም። ለ30 ደቂቃ ያክል ምንም አይነት ድምፅ አልሰማሁኝም እስካሁን 30 ሰከንድ ያክል
I don't heard anything for the last 30 seconds. He has a problem with hearing us.
Ma'am, is he hearing you or is he not hearing me? Who is he not hearing?
He said he's not hearing us.
Is he hearing us now?
አሁን እየተሰማዎት ነው?
አሁን እየተሰማኝ ነው።
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. So, Mr. Ruiz, you stated that there were two doors. One door goes upstairs and another door goes to the establishment. Is that correct?
Yes, on the front exterior, on the front of the establishment. Yes, from the front.
Mr. Ruiz, አንድ ወደ ላይ የሚያስወጣ በር፣ አንድ ወደ ታች የሚያስወርድ በር አለ ብለው ተናግረዋል። አዎ፣ በስቶር ፊት ለፊት አለ።
And who did you speak to? You're either yourself or Mr. Prout. Who did you speak to on that date, on July 8th?
በወቅቱ እርስዎ ወይም ደግሞ ሚስተር ፕሮት ማንን ያነጋገራችሁት?
The woman goes by Miss DeMay. I'm sorry, Miss Jamal.
ጀማል ላስት ኔም ማለት የሚሆነው ጀማል የምትባል የመጀመሪያ ስሟን አላውቀውም፣ ሴትን ያነጋገር ነው።
And who did she say she was?
ማንኛ ያለቻችሁ በወቅቱ?
A residential tenant.
ተከራይ ነዋሪ ነኝ ነው ያለችን።
If she said that she was a residential tenant, why did you or Investigator Prout conclude that this was Kiss Lounge? I'm sorry.
ተከራይ ነዋሪ ነኝ ብላ ካለቻችሁ በምን የተነሳ ነው የቅድስ ላውንጅ ነው ያንን ብላችሁ በምን የተነሳ እዛ ድምዳሜ ላይ ደረሳችሁ?
The area is part of the premises, and it appeared to be a lounge. There was lounge furniture, a bar, an office. That's in the same premises of this Kitty Lounge.
ቅድስ ላውንጅ ጋራ የተያያዘና እንደ ላውንጅ ወንበር የመጠጥ ቤት ቅርጽና ይዘት ነበረው።
But you're saying that it was a different door to go upstairs, though. I mean, is that correct? You said there was a different door to go upstairs into this second premises. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's two entrances. Yeah.
ስለዚህ እርስዎ እንደተናገሩ ሁለት በሮች አሉ። ወደ ላይ የሚያስወጣ ሌላ በር አለ፣ ወደ ታች የሚያስወርድ አለ ብለዋል። እና በምን የተነሳ ነው ከቅድስ ላውንጅ ጋር የተያያዘ ነው ብለው ያሉት?
Now, did you go upstairs to the premises on July 8th?
Yes.
ወደ ላይ ወጥተው ነበረ ወደ ላውንጁ?
Yes.
አዎ።
Now, were you able to access the first floor on July 8th?
ወደ ፈርስት ፍሎር ለመውጣት ችለው ነበር ያኔ?
On July 8th, the gate to the downstairs was locked. No.
በወቅቱ ወደ ታች የሚያስወርደው በር ዝግ ነበረ፣ ከፈርስት ፍሎር ማለት ነው።
And you stated that investigator is I'm sorry, Mr. Sela, is Investigator Prout going to testify today?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. And so you stated that the report stated that Investigator Prout accessed the building in an undercover capacity. Is that correct?
ሰፍራት በወቅቱ ማንነታቸውን ሳያሳውቁ በድብቅ ነበር ወደዛ በሽፋን ነበር ለምርመራ የሄዱት ትክክል?
Correct.
አዎ።
And I'm just getting clarification. Was he given alcohol or did he purchase alcohol?
He was given alcohol.
መጠጥ አልኮል ገዝተው ነበር ወይስ በነፃ ነው የተሰጣቸው? በነፃ ነው የተሰጣቸው።
Did you or investigator Proud serve? Was there a bartender?
ባርቴንደር ነበር በወቅቱ መጠጥ የሰጣችሁ?
There was a male behind the bar at the time.
ከባር ውስጥ አንድ ወንድ ነበረ።
Do you recall whether or not there was any point of sale system that was obvious to yourself or to the investigator at that time?
በወቅቱ አልኮል ተሸጦ ክፍያ የሚቀበሉበት የክፍያ ማሽን ወይም ያንን የመሳሰለ ነገር ነበር? ሽያጭ እንደተካሄደ የሚያሳይ ነገር?
No.
አይ አላየሁም።
Know that there was none or no, you didn't observe?
I did not observe a POS system.
አልነበረም ወይስ ነበረ ነው? አይ አላየሁም።
I don't have any other questions. Any questions by any board member?
እኔ ጥያቄ የለኝም። ሌሎቻችሁ ጥያቄ አላችሁ?
Go ahead, Mr. Randis.
Mr. Ruiz, thank you for your report and your presentation today. In the report that you submitted, did you include a copy of the current ABC license?
I did not.
ከሪፖርቱ ጋር የታደሰ የንግድ ፈቃድ አያይዘው ነበር?
No.
In your report, thank you. In your report, did you set out that to enter the second floor that you had to use a separate entrance?
በሪፖርቱ ላይ ወደ ሁለተኛው ፍሎር ለመውጣት ሌላ መግቢያ ወይም ሌላ በር እንደተጠቀሙ ተናግረዋል?
No.
አይ አልተናገርኩም።
And I think just for clarification, I think you answered this. In your report, did you provide a photo of the front of the building that showed separate entrances for the first floor and for the second floor?
በሪፖርቱ ላይ ወደ ፈርስት ፍሎር እና ሰከንድ ፍሎር የመግቢያ የተለያየ እንደሆነ በፎቶ አስደግፈው አሳይተዋል?
No.
And did you observe when you did go upstairs any exchange of money or credit cards?
በወቅቱ ወደ ሁለተኛ ፍሎር ሲሄዱ በክሬዲት ካርድ የተደረገ ክፍያ ወይም ደግሞ የገንዘብ ልውውጥ ሲደረግ አይተዋል?
No.
አላየሁም።
In your report, did you set out that you inquired on where the alcohol came from?
በወቅቱ እዛ ሲጠጣ የነበረው አልኮል ከየት እንደመጣ አስጠይቀዋል?
Yes.
አዎ።
Just remind me, what did your report say about that?
የእርሶ ሪፖርት ስለዛ ምን ይላል?
Mr. Belete provided me with a receipt from Jefferson's Liquor.
Mr. Belete, Jefferson's.
So for my clarification, that receipt did not indicate that the alcohol came from the establishment on the first floor.
ያ ደረሰኝ በቅዱስ ላውንጅ ስም እንዳልተገዛ ወይም ደግሞ ያ መጠጥ በዛ ስም እንዳልተገዛ ያሳያል አይደለም?
No.
አያሳይም። አዎ አያሳይም።
Thank you, investigator. Thank you for your presentation.
አመሰግናለሁ።
I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? I just want to follow up a question with you, Mr. Ruiz. So when did you get the receipt?
መቼ ነው ደረሰኙን ያገኙት ሚስተር ሩይስ?
I don't recall the exact date. It was
Was it July 8th?
No.
I'm sorry.
ደረሰኙን መቼ ነው የደረሰውት አሏቸው። ጁላይ 8 ነው ወይ? አይ አይደለም፣ ግን አላስታውስም መቼ እንደደረሰኝ። መቼ
No.
አቶ በለጠ እንደሰጡኝ
Sorry.
And I'm sorry.
አላስታውስም።
Who gave you the receipt?
ማነው ደረሰኙን የሰጡት?
Mr. Belete sent me the receipt via email.
And who is Mr. Belete?
ሚስተር በለጠ ናቸው በኢሜል የላኩልኝ። ማን ናቸው ሚስተር በለጠ አሏቸው።
The gentleman with us today.
አሁን እርስዎ?
He's the husband of the owner.
All right. Okay, so why would he send you a receipt for a party that he was not involved with?
ስለዚህ እርስዎ በምን የተነሳ ነው በዛ በሁለተኛ ፍሎር ላይ በተካሄደው ነገር የማይመለከታቸው በሆነ የዛ አካል ካልሆኑ ለምን ደረሰኙን ላኩሎት? በምን የተነሳ ነው?
I don't know.
አላውቅም።
Why did he send you? I mean, why did he send you receipts anyway?
በምን የተነሳ ደረሰኙን ሊልኩሎት ቻሉ?
He sent me the receipt claiming that Ms. Jamal purchased that alcohol from Jefferson's Liquor.
Come again, sir?
Did you hear, ma'am? Did you hear the answer?
I didn't get that.
Okay, repeat your answer. Yes.
He stated that Ms. Jamal, he provided a receipt stating that Ms. Jamal, that is what she purchased from Jefferson's Liquor.
Miss Jamal ከጃፈርሰን ስቶር መጠጡን እንደገዛችው ብለው ነው ደረሰኙን የላኩልኝ። እንደገዛችው ማሳያ ነው።
Now, did Mr. Belete inform you of the relationship between himself and Ms. Jamal?
በወቅቱ ወይ አቶ አየለ ሚስ ጀማል ጋራ ያላቸውን ግንኙነታቸው ምን እንደሆነ ገልጸውሎታል?
Yes, she was a family friend.
አዎ የቤተሰቡ ጓደኛ ነች ብሎ ነግረውኛል።
So his claim to you is that Ms. Jamal, a family friend, was having a private party upstairs. Was that his explanation to you?
ስለዚህ ሚስ ጀማል የራሳቸው ፓርቲ ሲያደርጉ ነበረ ማለት ነው የዛን ቀን?
Yes.
አዎ።
All right. Mr. Belete, any questions by any of the board members? All right, fine. Mr. Belete, do you have any questions of Mr. Ruiz based on the questions that I asked and the question that Mr. Grandis asked? Now, I don't want you to talk about any new questions. It has to be based on the questions that we both asked Mr. Ruiz.
አቶ አየለ እኔና ሚስተር ግራንዲስ አሁን በጠየቅናቸው ጥያቄዎችና ሚስተር ሩይዝ በሰጧቸው መልስ ላይ ጥያቄ ካሉት ብቻ ቀድመው ስለተናገሩት ወይም ደግሞ በኋላ ስለሚያስረዱት አይደለም። እኛ በጠየቅናቸው ጥያቄና መልስ ላይ የተነሳ ጥያቄ አሉት?
ጥያቄ የለኝም።
No, I don't have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thello.
That's brief, redirect. Investigator Ruiz, do the doors to the first floor and to the second floor both branch off of the same stairwell?
በፈርስት እና በሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ would you mind repeating, sir, that the doors are connected?
Do the doors to the first floor and the second floor both branch off of the same stairwell?
በመጀመሪያ ፍሎር እና ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ ያሉት ሁለቱ በሮች ምንድነው ብራንች አውት ያደርጋሉ እዛው ጋር? ነው ወይስ የተለያየ መግቢያ ነው ወይስ አንድ አይነት መግቢያ ነው ያላቸው?
Not from the front of the building.
ቢልዲንግ መግቢያ ጋር አይደለም፣ በፊት ለፊቱ በር አይደለም።
There is an entrance where
There's an interior stairwell in the premises that goes down to the first floor area.
ወደ ውስጥ ሲገባ ወደ ደረጃ በሚወስድ ደረጃ አለ፣ ወደ ላይ የሚያወጣ ደረጃ አለ፣ ከውጭ አይደለም።
So the two floors are connected by a stairwell with separate doors?
ሁለቱ ፍሎሮች በደረጃ ይገናኛሉ፣ ነገር የተለያየ በር አላቸው፣ ግን በደረጃ ይገናኛሉ።
Yes.
አዎ።
And on July 8th, was the gate leading up to the second floor open to you?
ጁላይ 8 ወደ ሁለተኛው ፍሎር የሚወስደው በር ክፍት ነበር?
No.
አልነበረም።
The gate leading upstairs, isn't that where you said you entered?
ወደ ላይ በሚወስደው በር ገባው አልነበረም ያሉት?
No, we entered from the front outside. In the rear, once you go upstairs, you go through the upstairs. There's another stairwell, goes down into the first floor, and then there's the back door, and then to the left is the first floor.
በጓሮ በኩል ባለው በር ሲገባ የመጀመሪያ ፍሎር በስተግራ በኩል ነው፣ ግን ወደ ታች የሚወርድ ደረጃ አለው። በዛ በኩል ነው የገባ ነው።
Thank you for that clarification. That helps.
አመሰግናለሁ።
You were asked some questions about the lease. I would like to get into that right now, and I will start by sharing my screen.
ስለ ሊዙ ጥቂት ማውራት እፈልጋለሁኝ። በስክሪኑ ላይ ሼር ላደርጋችሁ እያደረኩኝ ስለዛ አወራለሁ።
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
ያየታል?
So I'd like to start on page 15, the first page with actual terms of the lease.
ከገጽ 15 እንጀምራለሁ።
Under section 1.01 premises, did the tenant lease the entirety of the property 5503 Georgia Ave Northwest?
በቁጥር 101 መሰረት የቅዱስ ላውንጅ ባለቤት በሙሉ ህንፃውን እንደተከራዩት ሊዝ እንዳደረጉት አያሳይም? ይናገራል አይናገርም?
Yes.
ይናገራል።
Looking to page 17, 17, under section 5.01, mandatory use. Is the use of the premises restricted to operation of a tavern, bar, or restaurant, or other similar business?
ገጽ 17.501 መሰረት የዛ ህንፃን መጠቀም የሚቻለው ለቅዱስ ላውንጅ ወይም ደግሞ ለቡና ቤቱ ብቻ ነው አይደለም ይላል። በግልጽ ያስቀምጣል ለምን አገልግሎት እንደሚውል።
Yes.
አዎ።
And does this permitted use include use as a dwelling?
ይሄ አገልግሎት ለመኖሪያ ቤትነትን ይጨምራል?
No.
አይጨምርም።
On page 16, under section 5.06, does it specifically say in subsection B that the tenant will not use the premises for lodging?
በገጽ 16.506 መሰረት ተከራዩ ይሄንን ህንፃውን ለመኖሪያነት አገልግሎት እንደማያውለው በግልጽ ያስቀምጣል አይደለም?
Yes.
Oh,
Do those statements in the lease help confirm your conclusion that you were lied to when you were told the second floor was being used as residential quarters?
ስለዚህ የእርስዎን ድምዳሜ በእነዚህ አንቀጾች የእርስዎን ድምዳሜ ለመኖሪያነት መዋል የለበትም ብሎ የሚለውን አያረጋግጡም? አያግዙም?
Yes.
ያግዛሉ።
You were also asked about who signed the lease, and you said that you had to take another look to see.
ሊዙን ላይ ማን እንደፈረመ በተጠየቁበት ጊዜ መልሼ ማየት አለብኝ ብለዋል አይደለም?
Turning to page 36, is this lease signed by tenant Kitty Lounge LLC and specifically by Kits Shea and Ayil Belete?
ስለዚህ ይሄ ገጽ 36 የኪራዩን ውል የፈረሙት ቅድስት ላውንጅ እና ቅድስት ሻይ እና አየለ በለጠ መሆናቸውን አያሳይም ይሄ ፊርማ?
I can recognize Kiddush Shea.
ቅድስት ሻይ የሚለውን ሪኮግናይዝ አድርጌያለሁ፣ ለይቼዋለሁ።
Under the printed section that I'm highlighting, where below tenant, does it list the names I just stated earlier?
ቴናንት በሚለው ስር አሁን የጠቀስኳቸውን ስሞች አያሳይም?
Yes.
ያሳያል።
Are those same names repeated on page 37 and on page 40?
ገጽ 38 እና 39 ላይ እነዚህ ፊርማዎች እነዚህ ስሞች በፊርማዎቹ ላይ አልተደገሙም?
Yes.
ተደግመዋል።
And under page 39, the guarantee, do Kiddush and Ayil Belete guarantee the premises or the lease on the premises?
ስለዚህ ይሄንን ማረጋገጫ ላይ ዋስትና ላይ ቅድስትና አቶ አየለ ማረጋገጫ አልሰጡም። ጋራንቲ ላይ የእነሱ ስም አለበት።
Yes.
አዎ።
Now, investigator, under the regulations, if a bar or tavern operated a private open bar event after hours, would that still be operating after hours?
ስለዚህ አንድ ቡና ቤት ወይም መጠጥ ቤት ከተፈቀደለት ሰዓት ውጪ ፓርቲን ቢያደርግ አገልግሎት እየሰጠ ነው ማለት አይቻልም?
Yes.
ይቻላል።
Even if they're not charging for alcohol sales?
ለሚጠጡት መጠጥ ገንዘብ ባይቀበሉም በሽያጭ ባያረጉትም ፓርቲ ቢያደርጉም አገልግሎት እየሰጡ ነው ማለት ይቻላል? አዎ።
Yes.
And please explain why.
ያንን ያስረዱን።
Being a commercial property, you can't serve or consume alcohol without a license.
ማንኛውም የመጠጥ ንግድ ቤት ያለ ፈቃድ አልኮል መሸጥ አይችልም።
No further questions.
አልኮል ማቅረብ አይችልም።
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz, for your testimony. All right.
Thank you.
Does the government have another witness?
No, the government rests.
Does the all right. Thank
ሌላ
you.
ምስክር አላችሁ? አይ የለንም፣ በዚሁ እናቆማለን።
All right, I'm going to take 8 minutes. So it's 3:22. I'm going to go off the record until 3:30. Mr. Belete, at 3:30, we'll come back on and you can start presenting your case, sir. So what I'm asking the parties to do not log off. Just turn your camera off and mute your phone, and we will come back on the record at 3:30.
አቶ አየለ ከሰዓት ተኩል ላይ ተመልሰን እንመጣለን። ያኔ የእርሶ ተራ ይሆናል። እስከዛ እረፍት እንወስዳለን። ካሜራውን ብቻ ያጥፉ፣ ግን ከእንትኑ አይውጡ።
All right, everyone understands? All right, see you at 3:30. Thank you. Ma'am, can you tell him to mute? Okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. We're back in the record. I'm waiting for the government. All right, sir. Mr. Balete, do you wish to call a witness?
አቶ በለጠ አቶ አየለ ምስክሮችን መጥራት ይችላሉ? ምስክር መጥራት ይፈልጋሉ?
አዎ
Yes.
Who's the first witness?
ማነው የመጀመሪያው ምስክሮ?
ዳንኤል ሰለሞን
ዳንኤል ሰሎሞን።
Where is Daniel Solomon?
የት አሉ?
ይኸው ከአጠገቤ ናቸው ያሉት።
He's right beside me.
Okay, I need to see him.
ወደ ካሜራ አምጧቸው።
Mr. Solomon, can you raise your right hand, please?
እጆትን ያንሱ። ቃለ መሃላ ይፈጽማሉ?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
እውነቱን ለመናገር ቃል ይገባሉ?
አዎ
I do.
All right, now I need to see, sir. Okay, tell him that the camera needs to stay on the witness. So I need to see the witness while the witness is testifying. All right, so he can ask questions of the witness.
አቶ ዳንኤል በካሜራው ፊት በሙሉ መቀየት አለበት። ምስክርነቱን እስከሚጨርሱ ድረስ ካሜራው እንዳይነቃነቅ እዛው ጋር እንዳሉ ይቆዩ።
እሺ
Okay.
Can you ask him to spell and state his name for the record, please?
ሙሉ ስሞትን ስፔሊንጉን በመናገር ይናገሩ።
DANIEL SOLOMON.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Balete, you can ask him questions now, sir.
አቶ አየለ ጥያቄ ሊጠይቋቸው ይችላሉ። አሁን ጥያቄውን መጀመር ይችላሉ።
እሺ ዳንኤል በጁላይ 7 2022 ኪዲ ላውንጅ ሄደህ ነበረ?
አዎ
Sir, hold on a minute, sir. All right. We have an interpreter. He's going to ask you a question. It didn't appear he was asking the question in English. So let me ask you a question. Isn't it? I know that the licensee needs an interpreter. Where's the licensee? Is she in the background? Is she still here?
ትደስታለች።
His wife. Where is she?
የንግድ ፈቃዷ ባለቤት የቤቱ ባለቤት የት አለች?
አለች።
She's here.
All right. So are we also interpreting for this witness? I'm just trying to get clarification.
ለዚህም ምስክር አስተርጓሚ ያስፈልገዋል። ለእሳቸውም እያስተረጎምን ነው።
አዎ
Yes.
All right. So can you let Mr. Solomon know that Mr. Balete is going to ask questions? All right. Hold on. All right. He's going to ask him a questions in Amharic?
ጥያቄ ሊጠይቋቸው ነው። አታየለ አይደል አቶ ዳንኤል?
አዎ
Yes.
So ma'am, you need to translate in English for us.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
አቶ አየለ እርስዎ የሚጠይቁትን ጥያቄ እኔ ከተረጎምኩ በኋላ አቶ ዳንኤል መልስ ይሰጣሉ። እኔ ከተረጎምኩ በኋላ ይጠይቋቸዋል።
እሺ
ይሄዱ ይቀጥሉ ይጠይቁ።
ዳንኤል በጁላይ 8 ጁላይ 7 ለጁላይ 8 አጥቢያ ከሚድናይት በኋላ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ነበሩ?
Were you at Kiddie Lounge at July 8 at Kiddie Lounge at Daniel?
ነበርኩ።
Yes,
ጁላይ 8 7 ነበርኩ።
Midnight, Chairman, let me explain one thing for him.
Sure.
አቶ አየለ ሚድናይት ማለት 8 ነው የሚሆነው።
ከ12 ኤኤም እስከ 2 ኤኤም ባለው ጊዜ ውስጥ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ነበር ወይ ነው ያልኩት።
He rephrased the question. Daniel, were you at Kiddie Lounge from 12 to 2 p.m. on July 8th?
Yes, ነበርኩ።
Yes, I was there.
I'm sorry. Let's back up. Who is this man? Can he ask him some questions to tell us who he is? I don't know who he
አቶ
is.
ዳንኤል ማን ናቸው ምንድን ናቸው የሚለውን መጀመሪያ ያስረዱን። አቶ ዳንኤል ማን ናቸው?
አቶ ዳንኤል ማለት እዛ ቤት የምመጣ ከስተመር ነኝ።
I am a Kiddie Lounge customer.
No, I'm sorry. I need Mr. Bellette, in asking the questions, to tell us who this person is by asking him who he is. And so therefore, then he can start asking the question because I don't know who he is. So he just needs to ask him to explain to us who this person is. Just ask him questions to explain who he is, and then he can ask us in asking questions.
አቶ ዳንኤል ማን ናቸው? መጀመሪያ ስለሳቸው ይግለጹልን።
አቶ ዳንኤል ማለት የኪዲ ላውንጅ በቋሚ ካስተመር ናቸው። በተደጋጋሚ ኪዲ ላውንጅ እየመጡ የሚጠቀሙ እንዲሁም በእለቱ በዛ ቦታ ላይ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ውስጥ እንደነበሩ which is በኖርማል አወርስ ታይም ላይ ሌላ ጊዜ እንደሚጠቀሙት የሚጠቀሙ ካስተመር ናቸው። ሌላ ምንም ሪሌሽንሺፕ የለንም።
Mr. Daniel is a regular customer of Kiddie Lounge, and at that day he was there at July 8 at the regular hours.
All right, go ahead.
እሺ ጥያቄን ጠይቁ።
የኔ ጥያቄ በጁላይ 8 ከ12 ኤኤም እስከ 2 ኤኤም ባለው ጊዜ ውስጥ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ነበር ወይ?
Daniel, were you at Kiddie Lounge from midnight to 2 p.m. at Kiddie Lounge?
ከ12 ኤኤም ጀምሮ ነው ያለው አይደል? እንደዛ ነው ያለሽ።
12 አቶ በለጠ
እስከ 2 ኤኤም
12 ማለት ሚድናይት ቱ 2 አይደለም ያሏቸው?
ነው ከቀን ጀምሮ ነው የነበርኩት።
All right.
ከ12 ኤኤም until ከ2 ኤኤም ሚድናይት ማለት
I was at the lounge from 12 a.m. midday to 2 p.m.
All right, what's the next question?
Mr. Anderson, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
if it would help, the district is willing to stipulate that the downstairs was closed at as of 2 a.m. on that date, which I believe is the testimony that will be elicited from this witness. So if that'll speed things along, we're willing to make that stipulation.
I don't know what he's going to testify to, so that's the problem. I don't know the purpose of his testimony.
I assume the purpose is to show that the downstairs closed at 2 a.m. and if that is the purpose, we're willing to stipulate to that to save us some time.
Can you ask Mr. Bolede, what's the purpose? Why is this witness testifying?
አቶ አየለ እኚህ ምስክር ምን
ያ
እንዲመሰክሩሎት ነው ያመጧቸው?
እንዲመሰክሩልኝ ያመጣዋቸው ኪዲ ላውንጅ በሰዓቱ ተዘግቶ እንደነበረ እሳቸው የመጨረሻ ካስተመር እንደነበሩ ኪዲ ላውንጅ ተዘግቶ ከሰራተኛ በቀር ማንም ካስተመር እንዳልነበረና ወደ ቤታቸው እንደሄዱ ለመመስከር ነው የቀረቡት።
I brought this witness so he can testify that Kidi Lounge was closed on time and he was the last customer. Except the employees, there was no customer at that time.
That's all. That's the extent of his testimony.
ስለዚህ ይሄንን እንዲመሰክሩሎት ነው ያመጣቸው። ይሄንን ብቻ
ምን አልሽኝ? አይሰማም።
ይሄንን ብቻ በወቅቱ በሰዓቱ መዘጋቱን እንዲመሰክሩ ብቻ ነው ያመጧቸው?
አዎ።
Yes.
And tell them that the government says that they will stipulate that Kiddy Lounge did close at 2 a.m. on July 8th.
That the downstairs.
I'm sorry?
That the downstairs.
That the downstairs was closed on 2 a.m. on July 8th. So therefore, he doesn't need to testify because the government is conceding that the downstairs was closed on July 8th at 2 a.m.
በመንግስት በኩል አቅርቦት የነበረውን ክስ የታችኛው ቤዝመንቱ በሰዓቱ መዘጋቱን መንግስት ተቀብሎ አምኗልና እኚህ ምስክር ተጨማሪ ሌላ ነገር ከሌሎት መመስከር ሌላ ምስክርነት አያስፈልግም ብለዋል።
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So he doesn't. So the government has stipulated that the downstairs the downstairs was closed on July 8th at 2 a.m. All right. So does he have another witness that he wants to?
ስለዚህ መንግስት የቤዝመንቱ በሰዓቱ መዘጋቱን ተዘግቶ ነበር ብሎ ተቀብሏል፣ አምኗል። ስለዚህ ሌላ ምስክር ካለው ያምጡ። ከሌሎ ምስክር ሌላ ምስክርነት መስጠት አይጠበቅባቸውም።
ኦኬ። ሌላ ምስክር ኤልያስ ይጥና።
I have another witness by the name Elias Yitna.
Yes. Who's the next witness?
ወደ ካሜራ ይምጡ።
I need to see the witness when the witness testifies. So who's this witness? What's the person's name?
ማኖት ሙሉ ስሞትንና የአያቶን ስም ሙሉን ስፔሊንጉን ጭምር ይናገሩ።
ኦኬ እሺ። ኤልያስ ELIAS last name YITNA.
How do you pronounce that, please?
እንዴት ነው የሚያነቡት? ይጥና ኤልያስ ይጥና
ይጥና።
Mr. Aitna, can you please raise your right hand, please?
እጆትን ያንሱ፣ ቃለ መሃላ ይፈጽሙ።
ኦኬ እሺ።
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
እውነቱን ብቻ እንደሚመሰክሩ ከእምነት ውጭ እንደማይናገሩ ቃል ይገባሉ?
ቃል እገባለሁ።
I do.
Thank you. What questions does he have for him?
አቶ አየለ ጥያቄ ማናቸው ያስተዋውቁና ጥያቄዎችን ይጠይቁ።
ኤልያስ ይጥና በሰዓቱ የአብራ አንደር ከቨር ኦፊሰር ሲመጣ በር ከፍቶ ያስገባው አፕስቴር ላይ አፕስቴር ተከራይታ የምትኖረው ሄለን ጀማል የሱ ጓደኛ እንደነበረችና ጌት ቱጌዘር ፓሪ ቤቷ አፕስቴር ላይ ጠርታው እንደነበረ እንዲመሰክር ነው የጠራሁት እሱን።
I brought this witness. This witness is the one who let ABRA officer, the other investigator officer, who let him in. He is here to testify that he is a friend of Helen Jamal, the person who resides in the second floor.
That's fine. We can go ahead. That's fine. He can ask some questions.
ጠይቋቸው።
በእለቱ 6 ሰዓት ላይ ነበረ ሄለን ጀማል የጠራችህ?
What on that day, when did Helen Jamal invite you to come in?
የመጣሁበት ሰዓት ኦን ታይም 2 ሰዓት ከ30 አካባቢ ይመስለኛል።
2 in the afternoon ማለት ነው?
AM
AM እኮ ማለት ጠዋት ነው።
ጠዋት
I was there at 2:30 AM.
ሄለን ጀማል የት ነበረ ና ብላ የጠራችህ?
Where did Helen Jamal invite you to come?
የጠራችኝ ጆርጂያ አቬኑ አፕስቴር ዋን ፍሎ ያለው ሃውስ ነው። I don't know አድራሻው አላውቀውም።
I don't remember the address, but it is in Georgia Avenue and it's the first floor.
በሰዓቱ ሄለን ጀማል ጠርታ መጠጥ ገዝተሃታል ከሄለን ጀማል ላይ?
Did you bought any alcohol from Helen Jamal at that day?
አልገዛው።
No, I didn't bought any alcohol.
የአብራ አንደርከቨር ሲመጣ በር የከፈተው ማን ነው?
Who did open the door for ABRA investigator?
በሰዓቱ አጠገቧ ስለነበር እኔ ነኝ አጋጣሚ ከፍትኩለት።
I was the one who opened the door for him.
Can you tell him that when he's been asked a question and when he's answering a question, I need him to look directly in the camera. I don't want him to look to the left or the right. I need him to look directly into the camera at us.
ጥያቄ ተጠይቀው በሚመልሱበት ጊዜ አቶ ኤልያስ ቀጥታ ወደ ካሜራ ይመልከቱ፣ ወደ ግራ፣ ወደ ቀኝ፣ ወደ ሰዎቹ። Okay.
Is there another question?
ሌላ ጥያቄ?
የአብራ ኦፊሰሩ ከገባ በኋላ ምን አረገ?
After he entered the premises, what did the ABRA investigator did?
ከገባ በኋላ ወደ ባንኮኒ ጋር ሄዶ ጠየቃት፣ አናገራት። ከዛ በኋላ ገንዘብ አውጥቶ ሲያስቀምጥ ጠረጴዛው ላይ አይቼዋለሁ። ከዛ ምንድን ነው አለችው። መጠጥ ፈልጌ ነው ምናምን አላት። መጠጥ እየሸጥን አይደለም ሃውስ ባይ ነው ምናምን አለች። ከዛ አይዲውን አውጥቶ አሳያት እና ከዛ እኛ ሃውስ ባይ ነው ይሄ መጠጥ አይደለም የኢትዮጵያ ቀን ነው ጓደኞቻችን ነው ሰብስበን እየተዝናናን ነው አለች። ከዛ በኋላ አይደለም ብሎ መጨቃጨቅ ጀመረ። ያንን አይቻለሁ።
After he entered the premises, he went to the bar and asked for a drink. He talked to Helen and he did ask for a drink. She gave him and he tried to pay. And she told him, this is not for sale, we are a celebration. Friends are celebrating Ethiopian Day. We are here to celebrate. This is a private party and we don't accept money. Then he started arguing with her. That's what I saw.
ሰጥቷት የነበረው ካሽ ብር ነው ካርድ ነበር እንድትቀበለው የፈለገው?
He tried to pay in cash or in card?
ካሽ ገንዘብ ማለት ነው።
It was cash.
ካሹን ተቀበለችው አልተቀበለችውም?
Did she take the cash or not?
አልተቀበለችው።
She didn't.
ሄለን ጀማል እዛ ቤት 5503 ጆርጂያ ቬኑ ዩኒት ቢ ላይ እንደምትኖር ታውቅ ነበረ ከዚህ በፊት ወይስ አታውቅም?
Did you know that Helen Jamal lives at 5503 on the first floor?
Not first floor, second floor.
Second floor. I mean, I'm sorry.
አውቅ ነበር ግን ጊዜያዊ ሙቭ አድርጋ መጣ። በሰዓቱ ጊዜያዊ ነገር እዛ እንደምትጠቀም አውቅ ነበር። ያው ያ ካለን ቅርበት አንፃር ማለት ከሷ ጋር
We're close, and I know that she moved into DC and she was living temporarily in there.
በሰዓቱ አፍተር አወር እየሰራች ገንዘብ እየተቀበለች ነበረ ወይንስ ዘመዶቿ ነበሩ እዛ የነበሩት?
The persons who were present in there were paying customers, or it was her relatives and friends. She was working after hours, selling alcohol after hours.
በሰዓቱ መጠጥ እየሸጠች አይደለም። ያው ኢትዮጵያ ሆሊዴ የኢትዮጵያ ቀን ስለነበር ጓደኞቻችን ከሌላ ስቴት መጥተው ነበር። ያው አብረን ለማሳለፍ ነው የዛ ሰዓት የተገናኘ ነው።
No, she was not selling alcohol. We were celebrating Ethiopian holiday. Friends from out of states were in there, and we were just celebrating.
ምን አይነት የኢትዮጵያኖች ቀን ነበር የዛን ቀን?
What was the Ethiopian holiday?
የኢትዮጵያ ጁላይ 7 የሚከበር የኢትዮጵያ ቀን ሆሊዴ አለ። የኢትዮጵያኖች የሚሰባሰቡበት ከሁሉም ስቴት አጋጣሚ ያው ዲኤምቪ እዚሁ አካባቢ ነበር የሚካሄደው። ብዙ መጥቶ ነበር ጓደኞቻችን። በዛ አጋጣሚ ነው የተገናኘ ነው።
It was a celebration for July 7. ምን ነበር እንትኑ በዓሉ?
የኳስ የምናምን ውድድር አለ። የተለያየ ኤግዚቢሽን ምናምን
It was Ethiopian's Day. There was soccer tournament. There was a different kind of entertainment.
Uh, 5503 Georgia Avenue, second floor ላይ ሄለን ጠርታ ከዛ በፊት ወይ ከዛ በኋላ ሄደህ ታውቃለህ? ቤቷ ትኖር ነበር ብለህ ታምናለህ አንተ?
Did you ever been at 5503 Northwest Georgia Avenue at Helen's place before the party? Do you know that she lives in there?
አይ እኔ አላውቅም። ከዛ በፊት እንደምንሆን እዛ አላውቅም።
I don't know that she was living in there before.
I'm sorry, did he said he did or did not know? I didn't hear. I didn't understand. Okay.
ስለዛ እሷ ማትኖርበት ቤት ነበረ የጠራችሁ እቤቴ ና ብላ የጠራችሁ እሷ ማትኖርበት ቤት ነበረ?
So she invited you to a place where she's not living, saying that that's my home?
ያ በሰዓቱ ያው ካለን ቅርበት አንፃር ያንን ነው የማውቀው። ማለት ቤቷ እንዳልሆነ ግን ያው ለጊዜ እንዳረፈችበት ነግራኛለች። የማን አላውቅም፣ ግን በሰዓቱ ያው እኔም ስመጣ ያው ካለን ቅርበት አንፃር አጠገቧ ስለነበርኩ ነው።
At that time, I know that she was living in there temporarily. She invited me there. That's what I know.
ጨርሻለሁ።
I'm done with this witness.
Mr. Silva, you have any questions for this witness?
Just one clarification question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Yitna, I thought I heard the translator say that you were invited to a party on the first floor. Is that what you said?
Mr. Saylor, that was my mistake with interpreting. It was second floor.
Okay. Then I have no questions.
ጥያቄ የለኝም። ምንድን ነው ያሉት? እኔ ስተረጉም ፈርስት ፍሎር ብላ አንተ ቅድም ያስተካከለው ካሁን ሰከንድ ፍሎር የሚለውን ክላሪፊኬሽን ሲጠይቁ በእኔ ስህተት ነው እንደሱ አላለም ብያቸው ትክክል ነው ብለዋል። ጥያቄ የለኝም ነው ያሉት።
All right. I'm sorry, what's his name again, please?
ኤልያስ ይጥና።
Mr. Yitna? Mr. Yitna? So Mr. Yitna, you went to a party. Why did you let the ABRA investigator in?
ፓርቲ ሄደው የተጠሩት ፓርቲ ነው። ለምንድን ነው ለአብራ ኢንቨስቲጌተር በሩን የከፈቱለት?
ያ ናይስ ስለሆነ እኔ አላቅም ማለት የተለያየ ሰው ነው የሚመጣው። ጓደኞቻችን ቢሆኑ ከሌላ ስቴት የመጡ አሉ። ልጁ ደግሞ አንደኛ ያው የኛ ሀገር ሰው ነው የሚመስለው። እኔ ያው ክፈትለት አለችኝ፣ ከፈትኩለት። እሱን ለማወቅም በጣም ከባድ ነው ለኔ።
It was a party, friends out of the state were in there, and the guy looks like Ethiopian. And when she told me to open the door, I did. I thinking that he's there to party with us.
All right, so explain to me, what did the second floor look like? Describe to me what the second floor looked like.
ሰከንድ ፍሎሩ ምን እንደሚመስል እስቲ ይግለጹልኝ።
ሰከንድ ፍሎር አንድ ኦፊስ ነገር አለችው። ከዛ የተወሰነ መቀመጫዎች አሉ። ያው ለዛ ፐርፐስ የተዘጋጀ ይመስለኛል ለኳሱ። ሌላ
I told you to look at me. I need you to look at me.
እኔም ብቻ ተመልከት ወደ ጎናቴ።
ያ የተወሰኑ ወንበሮች አሉ። የሆነ ኦፊስ ውስጥ የሆነ አልጋ ነገር የሆነ ብቻ የሆነ እንደ ስቶር የሚመስል አልጋ ነገር ነበር።
There was an office that looks like a storage too, and there were some chairs that was arranged for the party. It was like that.
So was there a bar up there? Tell me, was there a bar? Was there chairs? What was up there?
ባር ነበር። ወንበሮቹ ምን ይመስሉ ነበር? ባር ነበረው ቤቱ።
የባር ሳይሆን ዝም ብሎ ወንበሮች፣ የቤት የሚመስሉ ወንበሮች ናቸው ያሉት።
The were chairs that you normally use in a living room.
Was there like shelves with liquor on there?
መጠጦች ነበሩ. And what was the other one? Liquor before that?
I said shelves with liquor sitting on the shelves. Did you see that? Do you recall seeing that there?
What is the word? I didn't understand the word.
Did he see shelves and liquor
okay.
bottles sitting on the shelves? Did he see that? What did he see?
በመደርደሪያ ላይ መጠጦች ነበሩ አይተዋል?
አዎ አይቻለሁ።
Yes, there was liquor in the shelves.
Did he recall seeing like hookah? Did he recall seeing that?
Hookah?
Yes.
Hookahs የሚጨስ hookah ነበር አይተዋል?
ያ በሰዓቱ አንድ ሁለት አይቻለሁ ይመስለኝ።
I saw one more.
All right. Any other questions by any board members?
ቦርድ ሜምበሮች ጥያቄ አላችሁ?
All right, none. All right. All right. Mr. Seller, any questions off the witness based on the questions that I asked?
Mr. Seller, ጥያቄ አሉት?
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
የለንም።
Mr. Beletta, any redirect? Do you have any follow-up questions you want to ask this specific witness? Nadia?
አቶ አየለ ሌላ ተጨማሪ ጥያቄ ያሉት ወይ ማብራሪያ የሚፈልግ ጥያቄ እንደዚህ ምስክር የሚጠይቋቸው አለ?
ኤልያስ ሸልፍ ላይ የተደረደሩት መጠጦች የሚሸጡ ነበሩ?
Elias, the liquor you saw on the shelf, were they for sale?
I need to
አይደሉም።
look. Tell him I need the camera to be on the witness.
አቶ
lobby.
ኤልያስ ላይ ይሁን ካሜራው።
በሰዓቱ የሚሸጡ መጠጥም የለም አይደለም። እንዳልኩሽ ያው ኦል ፋሚሊ ነን። አብዛኞቹም እንተዋወቅ ሰዎች ነው የነበረ ነው። ያንን ቀን ለማሳለፍ ነው የተገናኘነው።
There was no alcohol for sale at that day. The friends, we were friends and family that were in there.
Any other questions?
የሄለን ጓደኛ ነኝ ብለሃልና አፕስቴሩ ሻወር እና መኝታ ቤት ነበረው ታውቃለህ? ሄለን
You said that you are a friend of Helen. Did you see a shower or a bed while in upstairs?
አለው ማለት ሽንት ቤት አለው፣ ሻወርም አለው።
I saw a bathroom, restroom with a shower.
መኝታ ቤትስ አለው?
Did you see a bedroom in there?
ያ መኝታ ቤትም አለው።
Yes, there was a bed and a room. There was a room with a bed.
የትኛውን ፓርት ነው ለመኝታ ቤት የምትጠቀመው?
Which part of the room was used as a bedroom?
ካጠገቡ ያው ከቤቱ አጠገብ ያው መኝታ ቤት አለው። ኦፊስ የሚል ጽሑፍ አለው፣ መኝታ ቤት አለው።
There was a door with an office and there was a bedroom. ኦፊሱ ነው እንደ ቤድሩም የሆነው ወይስ ከሱ ጎን ነው?
አይ ራሱ ኦፊስ የሚለው በው ላይ መኝታ ቤት አልጋ አለው።
The office has a bed. The office has a bed.
Does he have another question?
ኦፊስ ውስጥ አልጋ ነበረ የዛን ቀን?
Was there a bed in the office at that day?
አዎ ነበር፣ አልጋ አይቻለሁ ነበር።
Yes, there was a bed at that day.
የአብራ ኢንቨስቲጌተሩ እዛ በመጣ ሰዓት ኦፊሱን ፎቶ ሲያነሳ አልጋውን ፎቶ አንስቶት ነበረ?
The ABRA investigator was taking photos. Did he take photo of the bed?
ፎቶ ሲያነሳ ነበር፣ ግን እሱን ያነሳም እርግጠኛ አይደለሁም።
I'm not sure whether he take photo of the bed or not. He was taking photographs.
ጨርሻለሁ ከዚህኛው ጋር።
I'm done with the questioning.
Mr. Tigna, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go.
May I ask a very brief recross based on that?
ከመሄዳቸው በፊት አንድ ጥያቄ
This was
መስቀለኛ ጠይቃቸው።
no, I'm sorry, Mr. Stiller. That was the end of that was his opportunity, his witness. He has the last word on his witness. All right.
አቶ ይትና ጨርሰዋል። ስለ ምስክርነቱ እናመሰግናለን። መሄድ ይችላሉ።
እኔም አመሰግናለሁ።
All right. Do you have another witness you need to call? You want to call, sir?
ሌላ ምስክር አሉት?
አዎ ሌላ ምስክር አለኝ።
Yes, I do have.
Who is the next witness?
ማን ነው?
ገነት ኪዳነ ማርያም ትባላለች። የሄለን ጓደኛ የሄለን ጀማል የቅርብ ጓደኛ ነች። በእለቱ ልክ እንደ ኤልያስ እሷም በቦታው ነበረች። የተፈጠረውን ነገር የነበረውን ነገር አይታለች እና እሷ እንድታብራራ እፈልጋለሁ።
Her name is ገነት ገብረ ማርያም ነው ያሉት?
ኪዳነ ማርያም
ገነት ኪዳነ ማርያም. She's a friend of
Where is she?
Helen Jamal, and she was there at the time.
Where is she? All right, so I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Ganet Kidan Mariam.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, ma'am, please? Spell your name.
My first name is Ganet, Genet. My last name is Kidan Mariam, KIDANEMARIAM.
Miss Kidamaran, I apologize. I know. Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am?
And you talk to me.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. All right. We're gonna translate for you. It doesn't appear you need translation, but we need to translate for the licensee. So let's go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. What questions you can put your hand down.
لا ቅድስት ሲባል እንተረጉምላቸዋለን ያሉት።
እሺ።
Do you have any questions, sir?
አቶ አየለ ጥያቄ ያለዎት ለወይዘሮ ገነት?
አዎ ገነት የሄለን ጓደኛ ነበርሽ። በእለቱ ጁላይ 8 2020 የት እንደነበርሽና ምን ስታደርጉ እንደነበረ እነማ እዛ ቤት ውስጥ እንደነበሩና ማ መጥቶ እንደነበረ ለተከበረው ቸርማን እንድታስረጅልኝ እፈልጋለሁ።
አቶ አየለ ካሜራው ጠፍቷል።
ኦኬ አሁን መጥቷል።
ገነት የሄለን ጓደኛ ነሽ። ጁላይ 8 2022 በወቅቱ እዛ ነበርሽና ምን ተፈጠረ እነማን ነበሩ የሚለው ሁኔታ Oh, I'm sorry. I'm speaking in Amharic. You are a friend of Helen. You were there July 8, 2022. Please describe who was there, what happened, and what you saw to the chairman, please.
Okay, እኔና ሄለን ጀማል ጓደኛሞች ነን።
ይቆራረጣል።
ሌላ ስቴት
ይቆራረጣል ድምፁ። You are breaking down.
Okay, አሁንስ?
Okay.
አሁንስ ይሰማሻል?
አዎ አዎ።
እሺ፣ እኔና ሄለን ጀማል ጓደኛሞች ነን። ከሌላ ሀገር ስትመጣ ውጭስ ሁላችንም ኢትዮጵያውያን እንተዋወቃለን እዚህ እርስ በርስ። አየለ በለጠ ለጊዜው ማጥለያ ሰጣት አፕስቴር ኦፊስ ላይ ትንሽ አልጋ አድርጋ ከዛ ጌት ቱጌዘር ነበረ የኳስ የሳከር የኢትዮጵያ ትልቅ የሳከር ነበረ። አፍሮ የሚባል ባር ነበርን። ከአፍሮ ጨርሰን ጌት ቱጌዘር ልናደርግ እያንዳንዱ አንዳንድ ሰው መጠጥ ይዞ ነው የመጣው እዛ ቤት። የተወሰነም እሷ ገዝታ ነበረ ፓሪ ልናደርግ ማለት ነው።
እሺ ለተርጎም I am a friend of Helen. We know each other. She moved from another state in here, and we had a get together. As that day, it was Ethiopian soccer tournament day. We were in yes bar ነበራችሁ?
bar Afro bar.
We were in Afro bar, and then we continued.
It wasn't a bar near ነበርን።
bar near ነው የሚባለው? ገነት
አቤት።
ባርኔራ ነው ወይስ አፍሮ ባር?
ኖ ባር ነበርን። አፍሮ ባር ይባላል ባሩ።
We were in Afro bar and we continue our partying to Helen place. Ayala gives us a temporary place to stay because she just moved from another state. She used the office as a place to sleep. So every person who was there brought a drink with him. That's why we were there, we were celebrating.
ከአፍሮ ክለብ ወይም ባር ከተመለሳችሁ በኋላ ምንድን ነበር ስታደርጉ የነበሩት? ስንት ሰው ብር ከፍሎ መጠጥ ጠጣ? ስንት ሰው በቤቱ ላይ ፓሪ የተጠራው ሰው ምን አይነት ሰው ነበረ?
After you return from Afrobar, what were you doing? How many people were in there? What were you doing? Did anybody pay for alcohol for a drink that day?
No, ከአፍሮባር ልክ እንደመጣን ቀጥታ ከፍተን ገባን። ሰዎች ጓደኞቻችን ከሌላ ስቴት የመጡም ተሰባስበን ስለነበር ተሰባስበን ገባን። ባይ ዘ ታይም ቁጭ ብለን የቢራ የሚጠጣ ቢራ ጠጣ፣ ሌላ መጠጥ የሚጠጣ ጠጣ። ከዛ በአጋጣሚ የአብራው ሰውዬ ሲመጣ ቢራ ስጪኝ ሲላት እኔ እዛ ነበርኩኝ ኮርነር ላይ ቁጭ ብዬ። ኤልያስ ቅድሙ የመሰከረ ልጅ እሱም ጓደኛችን ነው። እሱ ባር ላይ ነበረ። በር ከፈተለት፣ መጣ፣ መጠጥ ስጪኝ አላት፣ ሰጠችው ቢራ። የመሰላት ሌሎች ዜጎችም ነበሩ ከጓደኛ የሚመጡ እና ሰው ጠርቶት የመጣ ነው የመሰለን እኛ ሲከፈትለት ሲገባ። ከዛ ብር ሲሰጣት ብር ነው እኮ መጠጥ እየተሸጠ አልነበረም፣ በነፃ ነበረ። እንዳልኩሽ ጌት ቱጌዘር ነበር፣ በነፃ ነበረ።
We were partying and some were drinking beer, some were drinking alcohol. People, friends came from all over out of the state, so we were getting a get together. The ABRA investigator came in. We thought that he was our friend, and he ምንድነው መጠጥ ሰጣችሁት?
He asked for beer. ቢራ ጠየቀና ቢራ ተሰጠው።
Yeah, he did ask for a beer and tried to pay, and Helen told him that this is not for sale. We're friends, and here is a get together. Everything is for free.
ሄለን የጠራቻችሁ ኪዲ ላውንጅ እንገናኝ ብላ ነው ወይንስ የሷን አድራሻ ጠቅሳ ነው የነገረቻችሁ?
No, ኪዲ ላውንጅ አይወክልም።
When Helen invited you, did she say let's meet on Kiddy Candice Lounge, or she gave you her own address?
She missed. All right. There was a question and she gave an answer. So which one was it? So you didn't. So I heard there was a question and she gave an answer. So what was the answer she gave?
That doesn't represent Candice Lounge before I even interpret the question.
All right. So is she answering the question now?
Malesh, የተጠየቅሽው?
No, ልመልስልሽ ነበር። ኪዲ ላውንጅ ተብሎ ሳይሆን ኔክስት ኪዲ ላውንጅ ያለው አፓርትመንት ቀይ በር ብላን የጠራችን ስጠራ ሄለን።
When she invited us, she said she didn't say Candice Lounge. She said the apartment next door with the red door.
ሄለን ጀማል እዛ ቤት እንደምትኖር ታውቂ ነበረ?
Do you know that Helen lives at that apartment?
አዎ አውቅ ነበር። እንደመጣች ከሌላ ስቴት የእሱ ጓደኛ ፍሬንድ ስለሆነች ጠየቀች ለማጥለያ። እሱ አፕስቴር ምንም አልነበረውም። ከዛ ኦፊስ የሚመስል ነገር ላይ የሆነ ወንበሮች የተለያየ ወንበሮች አሉት። አጠጋጋና ማጥለያ ቤት እስክታገኝ ስንስዊ እኛ ኢትዮጵያዊ እንዴት እንደምንረዳዳ ታውቂያለሽ። እና ታጣፊ አልጋ የሚመስል ትንሽ ተለጠፈና የሚነፋ ሌላ ፍራሽ ነበረ። እሱ አርጋ ብላንኬት ይዛ ልብሷን ይዛ እንደምትኖር አውቅ ነበር በደንብ።
Yes, I know that she's staying temporarily in there because they are friends. He gave her a place to stay. He gave her a place to stay.
ለስንት ጊዜ ኖራለች እዛ ቤት?
How long she been living in there?
ለአንድ 2-3 ወር
2-3 months.
still እዛ እየኖረች ነው ያለችው?
No. Is she still living in there?
No, she's not. Is that normal?
She's not living in there.
ጨርሻለሁ።
I'm done with the questions.
Your witness, sir.
Ma'am, you said that every guest brought a drink with them. Where did they get those drinks?
ሲመሰክሩ ሁሉም ሰው መጠጥ ይዞ ነው የመጣው ብለው ነበረ። ከየት አገኛችሁት መጠጡ? ከየት ገዛችሁ?
No, that time we በዛን ሰዓት አይደለም የገዛ መኪና ውስጥ ይዞ የነበረ እንዳልኩሽ ጌት ቱጌዘር ስናደርግ ኢትዮጵያዊ ስንሆን ይዘን ነው የምንሄዱ። ታውቂያለሽ አይደል? የተወሰነ እሷ ገዝታ ነበረ። ፐርፐዝሊ ፓሪ ያደረገችው እሷ ለበዓሉ ተዘጋጅታ ነበረ። ፎር ኤግዛምፕል እኔ ፓሪ ማድረግ አልችልም ቤቴ ውስጥ እና ፓሪ ለእሷ ፍሪ ስለነበረ ፕሌሷ ፓሪ ለማድረግ ሁላችንም ሄድን። መጠጥ በጊዜ ይዞት የነበረ ሰው መኪና ውስጥ ነው እንጂ አልገዛንም። በዛን ሰዓት በዛ ሌሊት የት ይገዛል?
We didn't bought the drink that night, but as Ethiopian culture, as Ethiopian custom, when you are invited to a party or to someone home, you bring a drink with you. So some have some beer in their car. We brought that with us to the party.
So she did not supply drinks to the guests?
She already bought some drinks for the party.
ምን አልሽኝ? አልሰማሁሽ።
Now, የነገርሽኝን የመለስኩላቸው ነው። እሷ ትንሽ መጠጥ ገዝታ ነበር ብለሽኛል አይደለም? Yeah, she bought some drinks for us.
Did she buy beer and liquor?
ቢራና አልኮል ነበር የገዛችው? ሄለን ቢራና አልኮል ነበር የገዛችላችሁ ለፓርቲው?
አዎ ላይክ ሄለን ብቻ እኮ አይደለችም፣ ነበሩ ጓደኞቻችን በቀን የመጡ አብረውን የነበሩ ነገርኩሽ አይደል? በጊዜ የመጡ ጓደኞቻችን ነበሩ። ኢቭን ላይክ ነገሩ ሰውየው ሲመጣ ኢንቨስቲጌተሩ ነገሩት፣ እኛ ከሌላ ስቴት ነው የመጣ ነው ፓሪ እያደረግን ነው ብለው ሲጨቃጨቅ ከሄለን ጋር ሰምተን ስንመጣ ነገር ነው እኛ ፓሪ እያደረግን ነው ቀን ጀምረን ፕላን እነሱ ቀን ጀምሮ አብሮ ስለነበርን ዋስማየን ከዛ ሄድን በልተን ምን በላው ምን ጠጣው ይዘን ነው የዋል ነው። ሶ the left over መኪና ውስጥ የነበረ እዛ ገብቷል። እዛ የገዛችው እሷ ነበረች። በዛ ነው ፓሪ ያደረግነው።
Yeah, she did bought drinks for us, but the party started earlier at the day, and the friends who were out of the state and those who attend the party brought some drinks with us.
There were at least 6 or 10 different hookah devices, correct?
6 ወይ 7 የሚሆን የተለያየ ሁካ ማጨሻም ነበረ በወቅቱ።
7 አይመስለኝም፣ አንድ 5 ይኖራል። አዎ ይሆናል ስልሽ እንዳልኩሽ የዛን ሰዓት ሃውስ ፓሪ ስለሆነ ተዘጋጅተንበታል። ስፔሻሊ ሄለን በጣም ተዘጋጅታበት ነበር። እኔ ልጆች እናት ስለሆንኩኝ ቤት ስለዋልኩኝ ነው እንጂ ሄለን በጣም ተዘጋጅታበት ነበር።
Yes, there was
ፓሪው በጣም በኃይለኛ ነበር የተዘጋጀችው።
5 hookahs in there, but I tell you, Helen was preparing for this party for a long time. So it was a get together. She was preparing for this party. She make it like a real party for us.
Did she supply the hookah?
እሷነች ሁካውንም ያቀረበችላችሁ?
ሁሉንም ፓሪ በቃ ፓሪ እሷ ነበረች። እኔም እያገዝኳት ነበረ። እኔም ነበርኩኝ አብሬያት ፓሪ ማረገው እኔ ነበርኩኝ። ኤልያስም ነበረ፣ ሌሎች አበሾች ጓደኞቻችንም ነበሩ። ሰው ነዋን ሰርቭ ቱ ነዋን እርስ በርሳችን ነው ሰርቭ የተደራረግነው።
Friends were serving each other, but እሳቸው የጠየቁሽ ኩካውን ሄለን ነች ያቀረበችላችሁ ነው።
አዎ
Yes, it was Helen who.
ቤታችን የነበረ ለቃቅመን አምጥተን።
No further questions.
ሌላ ጥያቄ የለኝም።
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
And no, ma'am, we're not done with you, ma'am.
ቆይ
Any questions by the board members? All right, now, ma'am, were you the one who served the investigator the beer?
Mr. Chairman, would you repeat that question, please?
I'm asking her, was she the one who served the drink to the investigator?
No, I don't know. እኔ ሲጨቃጨቁ ነው ተነስቼ ሄድኩት። ኮርነር ላይ ቁጭ ብዬ ነበረ።
I was in the corner. I'm not the one who gave him the bill. I was in the corner. I joined where I went over there when I heard that he and Helen was arguing.
Why was he and Helen arguing?
ለምን ነበር ሄለንና መርማሪ ሲጨቃጨቁ የነበረው?
ቢራ ስጭኝ አላት፣ ሰጠችው። ሂሳብ እንኪ ሲላት እኔ ብር እያስከፈልኩ አይደለም፣ ይሄ መጠጥ ቤት አይደለም፣ ፓሪ ነው ያለን። ለዛውም አንተ የመጣው ከማን ነው አላወቅኩም፣ ከማን ጋር ነው የመጣው ስትለው ነው ብሎ አይዲው ሲያሳያት እና ለምን ታሳየኛለህ? የሃውስ ፓሪ ነው ከሰው ጋር የመጣ መስሎኝ ነው ያስገባው ብለው ሲያወሩ እኔ ደረስኩኝ።
They were arguing. He asked for a beer and Helen gave him a beer. He tries to pay. That's why they were arguing. Helen was saying that this is a party, not for sale. Then when he showed her his ID, he said to him, I let you in because I thought that you are a friend.
How long have you known Helen?
Helen ስታውቂያት ምን ያህል ጊዜ ነው?
It might be like I know we used to know each other in back home, someone to someone, and then when he come to other state, she come back more week, you're closer when she come here.
ምን ያህል ጊዜ ነው?
Being closer, but close የሆነበት ሰዓት ያኔ በቃ እንደመጣች ጓደኛሽ መጣለች አግኛት ተብዬ ተገናኘን።
ስታውቂያት በአጠቃላይ?
በአጠቃላይማ 9-10 ዓመት ነው።
Maybe 9-10 years.
All right, I don't have any further questions. No other board members don't have any questions, right? All right, Mr. Sello, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Belete, does he have any other questions you want to ask her? Redirect.
የለኝም።
No, I don't know.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Have a great day.
አመሰግናለሁ። ዘሮለነት ጨርሰዋል።
Is this, you have any other witnesses, sir?
ሌላ ምስክር
የለኝም።
No, I don't have.
So do you rest your case, sir?
በቃ ከዚህ በኋላ የሚሉት አለ ወይስ ጉዳዩ ማስረዳት ጨርሰዋል?
ጉዳዩን ማስረዳት አልጨረስኩኝም። ማስረዳት የምፈልገው ነገር ምስክሮቼ እንዳሉት የሰከንድ ፍሎሩ የራሱ የሆነ ኦኩፓንሲ
Hold on, stop him. What is he telling me?
I did ask him if he rests his case. He said, no, I have something to add, and he continued.
No, he can't. Is he testifying? Or is he, I thought he said he had 3 witnesses. He called the witness. Does he want to testify?
ምስክርነት መስጠት ነው የሚፈልጉት ወይስ ሌላ ምንድን ነው?
ኖ የምታብራራው ነገር የምትጨምረው ነገር አለ ወይ ስለ ኬዙ ስላልሽኝ ነው
አይደለም።
ማብራራት የጀመርኩት።
ኬዝ ሬስት አድርገዋል ሲባል ጨርሰዋል ወይ ማለት ነው። የሚያስረዱትን በሙሉ ጨርሰዋል ማለት ነው። ምስክሩን የሚሰማ ምናምንም ማለት ነው።
ምስክርነቱ አልቋል። ኬዙ ግን በትክክል ማብራራት ፈልጋለሁ።
I don't have any more witnesses, but I want to explain my case further.
So therefore he's going to testify.
ስለዚህ ምስክርነት ነው የሚሰጡት ማለት ነው የሚሉት።
Right? Because since he wants to explain his case, he wants to testify. Is that correct?
He said he wants to explain his case further, not testify.
He has to either testify. If he wants to explain his case further, then I guess he's going to testify. Then I need to swear him in if he was on the witness list, or if that's the end of the case, then he can do a closing and tell me what it, based on the testimony that he gave, what is it that he wants us to do.
ስለዚህ ተጨማሪ ማስረዳት ከፈለጉ እንደ ምስክር ሆኖ መቅረብ አለበት። አለበለዚያ መዝጊያውን በሚዘጉበት ጊዜ መዝጊያ ማድረግ he can have a closing argument.
Yes, he can have that.
ማጠቃለያ መስጠት ይችላሉ። ግን አሁን ተጨማሪ ማብራሪያ ወይ ምስክር ካልሆኑ እንደ ምስክር ካልቀረቡ በስተቀር ተጨማሪ ማብራሪያ አይሰጡም። ግን ለጉዳዩ ማጠቃለያ ላይ ተጨማሪ ማጠቃለያ ማድረግ ይችላሉ።
እሺ።
Okay.
All right, so the government is going to close, do their closing first, and then once the government does its closing, then he can do his closing and then he's going to tell the board what he wants the board to do in the sense of whether or not we should find him innocent or guilty. Okay? So now the government is going to give its closing.
ማጠቃለያ ይሰጣሉ። ይሄ ቦርድ ምን ማድረግ እንደሚገባው በዚህ ጉዳይ የተነሳ ያንን ይላሉ። እርሶም ደግሞ ቦርዱ ለእርሶ ምን እንዲያደርግሎት እንደሚፈልጉ እሳቸው የመንግስት ተወካይ ከተናገሩ በኋላ ይናገራሉ። ማጠቃለያውን ያቀርባሉ።
All right, go ahead, sir, with your closing.
Permission to share my screen during closing?
Sure, that's fine. I believe you should still have the ability.
ሼር ላደርግ ነው የሚሉት።
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, this is a case in which the licensee lied on their applications, lied to the ABRA investigators, and operated after hours.
የተከበራችሁ የቦርድ አባላት ይሄ ጉዳይ የንግድ ፈቃድ ያላቸው ሰዎች ለማመልከቻቸው ላይ የዋሹበትና ከተፈቀደላቸው ሰዓት ውጪ አገልግሎት ሲሰጡ የተገኘበት ነው።
We have heard explanation that the downstairs portion closed at 2 a.m. and that no alcohol was sold in the upstairs portion after 2 a.m.
ለዚህ በማብራሪያና በምስክርነቱ ላይ እንደሰማነው የታችኛው ቤዝመንቱ በሰዓት እንደተዘጋና የስቴፕስ የመጀመሪያ ፍሎርም ላይ በሰዓቱ እንደተዘጋ አልኮል ሲሸጥ እንዳልነበረ ሰምታችኋል።
However, this is not a defense.
ነገር ግን የነበረው ሁኔታ እንደሱ አልነበረም።
As Investigator Ruiz explained, even a private open bar party held at the premises after hours is serving alcohol after hours and is a violation.
ምንም የተዘጋ ቢሆን እንኳን መርማሪ ሩዊዝ እንዳስረዱት አልኮል ለሚሸጥ ፈቃድ የተሰጠው ቡና ቤት ውስጥ ከተፈቀደለት ሰዓት ውጪ ፓርቲ እንኳን ቢሆን አልኮል የሰርቬ ማድረግ አገልግሎት መስጠት አይቻልም።
The entirety of the premises are leased for commercial purposes only and are under the control of the licensee.
ህንፃው በሙሉ በቅዱስ ላውንጅ ፈቃድ ሊዝ የተደረገ ስለሆነ አልኮል የሚሸጥበት ብቻ ነው በእናንተ በቅዱስ ላውንጅ ቁጥጥር ስር ያለ ነው።
Now, I have no reason to question the statement provided that the licensee and her husband lived in the upstairs portion in years past.
ፈቃዱ የቡና ቤቱ ፈቃድ ከመሰጠቱ በፊት ወይም ባልና ሚስቶቹ የቅዱስ ላውንጅ ባለቤቶች የላይኛው ፎቅ ላይ መኖሪያቸው አድርገው ይኖሩ ለነበረው ምን ላይ ምንም ጥያቄ የለኝም በፊት።
However, by making that assertion, they have admitted to a violation of the second count in this action, making a false statement on their application.
በማመልከቻቸው ላይ በመዋሸታቸው ያን ቫዮሌሽኑን በፈጸማቸው በራሳቸው ቃል እምነት ለመኖሪያነት መዋላቸውን በራሳቸው ቃል አምኗልና ያ ቫዮሌሽን ጥሰት ነው።
Question 8 asks if the premises will be used for residential purpose, and the answer was no.
በማመልከቻቸው ላይ ሲመልሱ ይሄ ህንፃ በዚህ ፍቃድ ስር ያለው ህንፃ ለመኖሪያነት ይውላል ወይ ተብለው ሲጠየቁ አይውልም ብለው ነበር፣ ግን ሰው ይኖርበት ነበር።
By their own admission, they have violated that count.
ስለዚህ በራሳቸው ቃል በራሳቸው ቃል እምነት ያንን ጥሰት መፈጸማቸውን አምነዋል።
However, all of that being said, I have many reasons to question the assertion that the upstairs was occupied as a residential unit on July 8th.
Would you rephrase that, please?
However, I have many reasons to question the assertion that the upstairs was occupied for a residential unit on July 8th.
ቢሆንም ጁላይ 8 የአፕስቴርስ ለመኖሪያነት አገልግሎት መዋሉ ላይ ብዙ ጥያቄዎች አሉኝ።
Ms. Jamal may have claimed to have been living there, but the facts and the pictures tell a different story.
ሄለን ጀማል እዛ እየኖሩ ነው ተብሎ ምስክርነት ቢሰጥም እዚህ ጋር በፎቶ ላይ እንደሚታየው ግን ለመኖሪያነት ሳይሆን ለመጠጥ ሽያጭ አገልግሎት ይውል እንደነበረ ነው።
These photos do not show a living area, they show a lounge, an upstairs bar lounge.
ይሄ ፎቶ እንደሚያሳየው የመጠጥ መሸጫ እንጂ የመኖሪያ ቦታ እንዳልነበረ ነው።
They show a bar with alcohol on the wall behind it.
ይሄ በመደርደሪያው ላይ እንደሚታየው መጠጦች መደርደሪያ ላይ አሉ።
And they show no living space whatsoever.
በፎቶ ላይ እንደሚታየው ምንም አይነት ለመኖሪያነት የሚሆን ምንም አይነት ነገር የሚያሳይ ነገር የለም። ቦታውን ለመኖሪያነት ሲጠቀሙበት እንደነበር።
You heard testimony from Investigator Ruiz, who said the office contained no bed or living space.
መርማሪ ሩይዝ እንደሰማችሁት ይሄ ቦታ በወቅቱ አልጋ ወይም ደግሞ ለመኖሪያነት የሚውል የነበረ ምንም አይነት እቃዎች እንደማያሳይ ሰምታችኋል እንዳላዩ።
It contained no closets, no dressers, and no suitcases filled with clothes.
ልብስ የያዘ ሻንጣ ወይም ደግሞ ቁም ሳጥን የመልበሻ ቦታም እንዳለው አያሳይም። የለም።
He said it was used as a storage area.
ይሄ ኦፊሱ ወይም ደግሞ እንደ ስቶሬጅ ኤሪያ ኦፊሱን ይጠቀሙበት እንደነበረ እንጂ አልጋ ወይም ደግሞ ሌላ ነገር ነበረው የሚል የሚያሳይ ነገር እንዳላየ መስክሯል።
Interestingly, the licensee's second witness, Mr. Yitna, also confirmed that testimony on his direct. He said that the office was used as a storage space.
ሁለተኛው ምስክር አቶ ይጥናም ይህንኑ አረጋግጠዋል። ያ ኦፊስ እንደ ስቶሬጅ እንጂ አልጋ ወይም ደግሞ ሌላ ነገር ነበረው ብለው አልመሰከሩም፣ እንዳላዩ መስክረዋል።
He said that again in response to Chairman Anderson's questioning on cross.
ያንኑ መልስ ቸርማን አንድሮ በጠየቁትም ጊዜ ያንኑ መልስ ነው ደግሞ የሰጡት።
It was only after that on redirect for the first time that we heard there may be a bed in there.
ስለዚህ አቶ አየለ ለሶስተኛ ጊዜ በመስቀለኛ ሲጠይቋቸው ነው ምናልባት አልጋ ነበረ ብለው ያን ጊዜ ነው መልስ የሰጡት እንጂ በመጀመሪያው ሁለቱ ጥያቄዎች ጊዜ አልተናገሩም።
That is not credible.
ያ ታማኒ አይደለም።
Members of the board, believe your eyes. This is not living space.
የተከበራችሁ የቦርድ አባላት አይናችሁን እመኑ። ይሄ ቡና ቤት እንጂ የመኖሪያ ቦታ አይደለም።
This is an upstairs lounge controlled by the licensee.
ይሄ አፕስቴርስ ያለ ቡና ቤት በንግድ ፈቃድ ባላቸው በቅዱስ ላውንጅ ስር ያለ ቡና ቤት እንጂ መኖሪያ ቤት አይደለም።
It doesn't matter if it was a private party, and it doesn't matter if alcohol was being given away or sold.
አልኮል ተሸጠበትም አልተሸጠበትም የግል ፓርቲ ይሆንም አይሆንም ያለው ጣዕመጣም።
Alcohol was being served on the premises after hours.
ዋናው ነገር አልኮል ከተፈቀደላቸው ሰዓት ውጪ ሲሰጥ ነበር።
The licensee has violated DC code sections
የንግድ ፈቃድ የተሰጣቸው የዲሲ ህግን ጥሰዋል። በዚህ ረገድ ያለውን ህግ
25762A
የጣሱት ቁጥር የህግ አንቀጽ 25762A
25762B13 762B as in boy 13
B13 13
and 25401C.
እንዲሁም 25 4C ቢለውን የህግ አንቀጾች ጥሰዋል።
For these violations, the board should find 2 primary tier violations and issue an appropriate punishment.
ለዚህ ቦርዱ በእነዚህ ሁለቱን ጥሰቶች ላይ ቅጣት ሊጥልባቸው ይገባል።
Thank you, and I reserve the right for rebuttal.
ጨርሳለሁ ማጠቃለያ።
Mr. Balese, now this is your opportunity to tell me what is it that was proven today and what is it you want the board to do?
አቶ በለጠ ቦርዱ ምን እንዲያደርግሎት እንደሚፈልጉና የቀረበውን ነገር በሙሉ ምንድነው ሊነግሩኝ የሚፈልጉት?
ቦርዱ አንደርስታንድ እንዲያደርግና ክሊርሊ የቤቱን አቀማመጥ ፒክቸርሊ እንዲያየውና ኪዲ ላውንጅና ሰከንድ ፍሎር የተለያዩ እንደሆኑ የተለያየ ኦኩፓንሲ እንዳላቸው እንዲረዳልኝ እፈልጋለሁ።
አይ አንዴ ተርጎም I want the board to understand that the layout of the building, to understand the layout of the building, and kiddie lounge and the second floor are two separate occupancy.
የሰከንድ ፍሎሩ ዩኒት ቢ ይባላል። የቤት ቁጥሩ 5503 ጆርጂያ አቬኒው ዩኒት ቢ ይባላል። ከዚህ በፊት በሌላ ቴናንት ተይዞ በዴንታልነት ለዴንታል ኦፊስ ተከራይቶ ሲሰራ የነበረ የራሱ መግቢያ መውጫ የራሱ ኦኩፓንሲ ያለው ቤት ነው።
The second floor is 5550 unit B. It has its own separate entrance, separate area, and used to be a dental office.
ኪዲ ላውንጅ ግን ማመልከቻ ያመለከተው ለቦርድ የሊከር ላይሰንስ እንዲሰጠው ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ነው እንጂ አፕስቴሩን ለመልቲ ለሌላ አይነት ዩዝ ነው ከሆም ኦነሩ ላይ የተከራየው።
Kiddie Lounge apply for liquor license for the first floor and the basement. የአፕስቴርስ ለሌላ ፐርፐዝ ነው ሊዝ ያደረጋችሁት ነው ወይስ ለቦርዱ ነው ያቀረባችሁት?
ሊዝ ያደረግነው እንደሌላ ፐርፐዝ ነው። ፍቃድም ምንም አይነት ፍቃድ አላወጣንበትም።
Kiddie Lounge applied for liquor license for the first floor and the basement. We list the second floor for other purpose. We don't apply it or put it in any license.
ፍቃድ ስንጠይቅም እንዲፈቅዱልንና ኪዲ ላውንጅ እንዲመሰረት እስታብሊሽድ እንዲሆን የፈለግነው እነሱም ፍቃዱን ደግሞ የሰጡን ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ነው እንጂ አፕስቴሩን ቅድስትና አየለ ተከራዩት እንጂ ኪዲ ላውንጅ አልተከራየውም። የኪዲ ላውንጅ አይደለም፣ ኪዲ ላውንጅ አይመለከተው።
We applied and the license is given for Kiddie Lounge to operate in the first floor and the basement. Kadist and Ayala, the husband and the wife, leased the second floor for other purpose. It is us, not the lounge, who leased that place. It has nothing to do with Kadist Lounge.
ቅድስትና አየለ ካጠገቡ ያለውን የቻይኒዝ ሬስቶራንት አቅም ካላቸው መግዛት ይችላሉ። ያ ማለት ኪዲ ላውንጅ ነው ማለት አይደለም።
Kadist and Ayala can buy or rent if there is a Chinese restaurant next to Kadist Lounge. That doesn't mean that is Kadist Lounge.
That's not a Kadist Lounge.
That doesn't make it Kadist Lounge.
So, license የተሰጠን ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ሆኖ ሳለ አቅም ኖሮን እኛ የአካባቢውን ጠቅላላ ሰፈሩን ብንገዛው ኪዲ ላውንጅ ነው ማለት አይደለም። ያ
the license, we are given the license for the first floor and the basement. If we have the capacity and we have the money and we can buy the surrounding area, that doesn't make it just a lounge.
የቤት ቁጥር የራሱ አለው። መብራት በራሱ ስም ይከፍላል። አፕስቴሩ የራሱ መግቢያና መውጫ በር አለው። የራሱ ኢመርጀንሲ መውጫ መግቢያ በር አለው።
Upstairs is totally separate from the Kadist Lounge. It has its own entrance, emergency exit, and everything. It has its own number, house number, and everything.
አሁን እዚህ ጋር እየተከራከረን ያለ ነው በሁለት የተለያዩ ቤቶች መካከል ነው እየተደረገ ያለው ክርክሩ።
Today, hearing an argument is between two separate houses, two separate entities. አቶ
ያ ማለት
ካሜራ ላይ ጠፍተዋል።
ዩኒት ኤ እና ዩኒት ቢ ማለት ነው።
It is unit A and unit B.
ዩኒት ኤ ማለት ኪዲ ላውንጅ ስታብሊሽድ የተደረገበት መንግስትም በሰዓቱ ተዘግቶ ነበር ብሎ ያመነው 21 ሰው ብቻ እንድናስተናግድበት የተፈቀደልን ፈርስት ፍሎር እና ቤዝመንት ብቻ ነው ያለን።
As the government stipulates and accepts, at the time the basement was closed, Easy Lounge operates in the first floor and the basement.
ኪዲ ላውንጅ ላይሰንስድ ኢንሹርድ ቦንድድ የሚሆነው ፈርስት ፍሎር ላይ እና ቤዝመንት ላይ ብቻ ነው እንጂ ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ የማይመለከተው ፍቃድ ያልተሰጠበት ያልተነገረበት ቦታ ላይ ሊመለከተው ኪዲ ላውንጅ ሊጠየቅ አይችልም። ነገር ቢካሄድ
Easy Lounge is responsible for the first floor and the basement, which is licensed, insured, and operates, not for the second floor, which is not licensed or has nothing to do with its lounge.
So በእለቱ የተደረገው ጁላይ 8 ኪዲ ላውንጅ በሰዓቱ ጠብቀን ዘግተን ካስተመሮቻችንን አስተናግደን ሄደናል። ዩኒት ቢ ላይ በተፈጠረው ነገርኛ ከሄድን በኋላ አይመለከተንም። እሱን የሚመለከተው ሰው ካለ የቤቱ በሰዓቱ እዛው እኔ ነዋሪ ነኝ ብላ ያለችው ነዋሪዋ ሄለን ጀማል ወይንም ደግሞ ለሄለን ጀማል ያከራዩት ቅድስትና አየለ ናቸው እንጂ ሊጠየቁ የሚገባው ኪዲ ላውንጅ አገባውም አይጠየቅም። የተከራየው ኪዲ ላውንጅ አይደለም፣ አየለና ኪዲ ላውንጅ ቅድስት ናቸው።
If Kiddie Lounge operates its own premises and closed on time. On July 8th, what happened on July 8th? If you are questioning what happened on that July 8th, the person who's responsible should be the one who said, I resigned in here. It was Helen. Or the persons who rented that second floor, Ayala and Kadis, not the lounge.
ሁለተኛ ደረጃ አፕስቴር ላይ በአፕሊኬሽኑ ጊዜ እዛ ቤት ውስጥ የሚኖር ሰው አለ ወይ ተብሎ ተጠይቋል። የመጀመሪያ ደረጃ ኖ ስንል በዛን ሰዓት ላይ በአፕሊኬሽኑ ሰዓት ላይ አየለና ቅድስትም እዛ ቤት አይኖሩም፣ ሄለን ጀማልም አትኖርም ነበር።
During the time of the application, we said no because Ayala and Kadis, the husband and the wife, were not living in there, and Helen was not living in there. That's why we said no.
ሚስተር ሴሎ ከየት እንዳመጣው አላቅም፣ ማን እንዳለውም አላቅም። ዱሪንግ the application አየለና ቅድስት እዛ ቤት ውስጥ ይኖሩ ነበረ ብሎ ሲናገር ሰምቼዋለሁኝ።
I don't know where Mr. Sero gets it. The closing, he said Ayala and Kadis were living in upstairs. I don't know where he get it. We were not living in there or Helen at that time.
So በአፕሊኬሽኑን ከሞላን በኋላ አፕሊኬሽኑን ከሞላን በኋላ ብቻ ሳይሆን ላይሰንሱ ከተሰጠን በኋላ የሊከር ላይሰንስ ከተሰጠን በኋላ ነው እንትን ማድረግ የጀመር። እኔ እዛ አፕስቴር ላይ ስኖር የነበረው ለ2 ወር ያክል
I start living upstairs after we have the license for 2 months, not before, during the application time. or when we put our application after we get the license?
ሄለን ጀማል ደግሞ እሷም እኔ ከዛ ሙቭ ካረኩ በኋላ ከሚችጋን ስቴት ሙቭ አድርጋ መታ ታይሙ የኮቪድ ሰዓት ስለነበረ እንደ ልብ ቤት ፈልጎ ማግኘት ስለማይቻል ለጊዜው አንተ የምትቀመጥባት ሩም ውስጥ የሚነፋ ፍራሽ አርጌ እና የምትታጠፍ አልጋ ትንሽዬ ወይ እንደዛ አድርጌ ለተወሰነች ጊዜ ልቀመጥበት ብላኝ መቼም በኮቪድ ሰዓት የማይረዳዳ የለም እንደ ኢትዮጵያዊ እህት በቃ ቤት እስክታገኝ ለተወሰነ ጊዜ ይችል ፈርሚና ተከራይ ብዬ ማርች አካባቢ ላይ ነው አከራይ ማርች
I rented upstairs when Helen moved from Michigan. It was during COVID time as an Ethiopian, as brother, as a fellow countrymen, help each other out. That's why that's then I rented the upstairs for Helen.
ሄለን እዛ የኖረች እያለ በምትኖርበት ሰዓት ላይ የምትተኛበት ሩም ኦፊስ ተብሎ የተጻፈበት ያ ኦፊስ የኔም ኦፊስ አይደለም የሄለንም ኦፊስ አይደለም ድሮ እኔ ቤቱን ከመከራየቴ በፊት ዴንታል ነበረ የአፕስቴሩ ኦኩፓንሲው የራሱ ኦኩፓንሲ ያለው ብዬ ነበረ ቅድምና ዴንታል ነበረ የዴንታል ባለቤቶቹ ኦፊስ ብለው ለጥፎበት እኔም ስለማልጠቀምበት አላነሳውትም ጽሁፉን እንጂ ኦፊስም አይደለም አልጋዋ የነበረው እዛ ነው
Helen was the level office was in there because that was during the when it was rented for dental office. So I didn't remove it because I didn't use that office as an office. And the bed, Helen was sleeping in there. So I didn't remove the level office because I didn't use it.
በጣም በሚገርም ሁኔታ የአብራ ኢንቨስቲጌተር መጥቶ በኤግዚቢት 8 ላይ እንደሚታየው እዛ ኦፊስ የሚለው እሷ መኝታ ቤት ውስጥ ባለች በአንድ በትንሽ ፍሪጅ ውስጥ የታጨቁ ውሃዎች እና ቢራዎች ፎቶ ሲያነሳ የአልጋውን ኤሪያ አላነሳውና አላቀረበ ይሄ የተቀነባበረ ተንኮል ነው
The investigator deliberately leaves out, didn't take the photo of the bed where Helen is sleeping. He done it on purpose while he was taking the water and the other stuff from the fridge when he was taking a picture of the water and everything from the fridge.
Hold on.
Deliberately.
Hold on a minute, ma'am. This is closing, okay? He's given information that we didn't have any testimony about. So that's not the purpose of closing. Closing is that you're wrapping up your case, you're saying what was proven and what it is that you want us to do. I don't want to hear about what that the investigator deliberately, if that was the case, he did a disclosure where he disclosed documents. Then he disclosed his witnesses. He could have taken pictures of the bed and submitted it. So he's now testifying, and we're at closing. So we're not taking any evidence anymore. You're closing your case. I don't want to hear any more testimony.
ይሄ የማጠቃለያ እንጂ ማስረጃና መረጃ የሚሰጥበት አይደለምና አልጋው ነበረ ብለው ካሉ ፎቶ አንስተው ማስረጃዎችና ያሉትን መረጃ በሙሉ አቀርቡ በተባለ ጊዜ ሊያቀርቡ ይገባ ነበር። አሁን ማጠቃለያ ነው ጉዳዩን አሳጥረው ያቀርቡ።
ያንን ነገር እኔ ማስረጃ እያቀረብኩ ሳይሆን በክሱ ላይ መንግስት ያቀረበብኝን መረጃ ውድቅ እንዲሆን እየጠየቅኩኝ ነው።
I'm defending what the government presented. I'm refuting what the government is saying.
But you don't refute that in closing. I mean, he didn't put any evidence, and there's no evidence in the record. He didn't have anyone testify. I mean, all right. All I'm saying is that I don't need him to. I'm hearing a lot of stuff, a lot of evidence that was not, I didn't have any testimony of. I asked him if he wanted to testify, then I would swear him in, and then he could have said whatever he wanted to say. He did not take that opportunity. Where we are is that you're supposed to wrap up the case and tell us what the evidence that was presented today. Not to say that the government, the investigator, he did not take a picture of the bed. As I said before, if there was a bed, he could have taken a picture of it and disclose it, and so therefore to show it to see, here it is. So that's not, I've been very lenient to allow him to go on, but it's supposed to be wrapped up. It's not supposed to be going back presenting evidence.
ስለዚህ ከሚገባው በላይ ሰፊ ጊዜና ታግሼ ሰምቼዎታለሁኝና ሌላ ማስረጃ እና መረጃ አለኝ ብለው ካሉ ምስክር በሚያሰሙበት ጊዜ ሊያቀርቡ ይገባ ነበር። አሁን ይሄ ማጠቃለያ ነው። የቀረበው ማስረጃ ሰምታችኋል። ያለው ጉዳይ ይሄ ነው ብለው በጣም ማሳጠነውና በጣም አስረዝመውታል እና ያጠቃሉ ነው የሚሉት።
የተከበረው ቸርማን ለኔ ካለብኝ የቋንቋ ችግር ምክንያት ረጅም ጊዜ እንዳብራራና ሰፊ ጊዜ ሰጥቼ ሙሉ አንደርስታንዲንግ ይዛችሁ ወደ ዲሲሽን ብትሄዱ ይሻላል እንጂ ተጣድፈን በማልችለው ቋንቋ እንትን አድርጌ ኤክስፕሌን አድርጌ የማይሆን ፍርድ እንዳይዛባ ይሄ ነገር እንዲታይልኝ እፈልጋለሁ።
Mr. Chairman, take into consideration that I have limited English proficiency. That's why I need a longer explanation. So you don't rush to judgment, and I don't want this thing to rush to judgment. That's why I'm taking a longer time and explaining to you.
I am aware of that, but this is not the time to explain. When he was presenting his evidence, his case, that's when you explain, and you explain through your witnesses, not that you're now explaining in your closing when no one testified about any of that. But just tell him to get to the point, please. I've been very lenient in allowing him to state his case because I want him to state his position.
በጣም ታግሻለሁኝና ያንን የቋንቋውን ነገር ሁሉ ግምት ውስጥ አስገብቼ ታግሼ እየሰማሁት ነበርና አሁን ወደ ፖይንቱ ይምጡ፣ ያጠቃሉ። ማቅረብ የነበረበትን ምስክሮች በሚያሰሙበት ጊዜ ያኔ ነበር። አሁን ያጠቃሉ፣ ይጨርሱ፣ ይዝጉ፣ ማጠቃለያውን ይናገሩ።
ኦኬ እኔ በዚህ ይሄንን እንግዲህ ከዚህ በፊት ባብራራሁት መሰረት ኪዲ ላውንጅን ሊያስጠይቀው የሚችል የጎረቤት እዳ ሊኖርበት አይገባም ብዬ ነው የማስበው። ምክንያቱም አፕስቴሩ ለኪዲ ላውንጅ ጎረቤት ነው እንጂ ወይ በአንድ ኦነር ስም ያለ የአንድ መልቲ ሃውስ ነው እንጂ የራሱ ኦኩፓንሲ የራሱ ቤት ቁጥር ያለው የራሱ ለብቻው የሚከራይም ለብቻውም ተለይቶ ከኪዲ ላውንጅ የሚሸጥ ቤት ፍቃድ ያለው ቤት ስለሆነ ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ በሚፈጠረው ምንም አይነት ነገር ኪዲ ላውንጅ አይመለከተውም። ኪዲ ላውንጅም የላይኛውን እንድሰጥ ፍቀዱልኝ ብሎ ጥያቄም አልጠየቀም፣ የፈቀደለትም አካል የለም።
In conclusion, this lounge is not responsible for what happens in the next door, say upstairs. What happens in second floor is responsible for second floor. It's not Kadis Lounge. So this lounge is not responsible for what happened in second floor. I want you to take that into consideration.
ሰከንድ ፍሎር ማለት ለቅድስት ላውንጅ ጎረቤት ነው እንጂ አባል አይደለም ወይም ፓርት አይደለም።
Second floor is neighbor to Kadis Lounge. It's not part of Kadis Lounge.
ሰከንድ ፍሎር ላይ ቅድስት ላውንጅ ክሎዚት የለውም፣ ስቶሬጅ የለውም፣ ወይም ደግሞ እቃ የሚያስቀምጥበት ቦታ የለውም። በቅድስት ላውንጅ ሰከንድ ፍሎሩን ተጠቅሞት ማያውቅም፣ እየተጠቀመውም አይደለም።
Kadis Lounge is not using second floor storage or for any kind of purpose. It's not part of it. Well, Kadis Lounge is not using second floor for any purpose.
በምንም አይነት ካስተመር ከቅድስት ላውንጅ ወደ አፕስቴር ወይም ከአፕስቴር ወደ ቅድስት ላውንጅ መምጣት የሚችሉበት አክሰስ የላቸውም፣ አይገናኙም። ስለዛ ሁለቱ የተለያዩ እንደሆነ ቦርዱ እንዲያውቅና ቅድስት ላውንጅ ማለት የትኛው ነው፣ ሰከንድ ፍሎር ድሮ ዴንታል ኦፊስ የነበረው ዩኒት ቢ ምንድነው የሚለውን አንደርስታንድ እንድታደርጉ ፈልጋለሁኝ።
I want the board to understand that there is no way someone can access from Kadis Lounge to the second floor. It is two separate entities. You have to know the layout, and I want you to take that into consideration.
ጨርሻለሁ። ጥያቄ ካለ እቀበላለሁ።
I'm done with the closing.
Thank you. Mr. Fellow?
May it please the board. The licensee cannot.
You did say a brief one, sir. Okay. All right.
Very brief. The licensee cannot dodge its responsibilities by failing to list the upstairs lounge on its license.
Kadis Lounge, second floor, የንግድ ፈቃድ ውስጥ አልተካተተም ብሎ ኃላፊነትን ማምለጥ አይችልም።
Undisputed testimony is that the entire building is leased by Kidditz Lounge.
ምንም ክርክር የማይመጣበት ነገር ሙሉ ህንፃው በቅድስት ላውንጅ ሊዝ የተደረገ ነው፣ ኪራይ ስር ነው።
The licensee is responsible for what occurs in its leased premises, and what occurred is a violation of DC code.
በተከራየው ህንፃ ውስጥ ለሚደርሰው ነገርና ለሚደረገው ነገር በሙሉ ኃላፊው ቅድስት ላውንጅ ነው። ምንም ይሁን ምንም።
You saw the lease, you saw the signature, you saw the tenant. The case has been proven. Thank you.
ሊዙን አይታችኋል፣ ፊርማውን አይታችኋል፣ የቀረበውንም ነገር ተመልክታችኋል። እኛ ጉዳያችንን ከሚገባው በላይ በማስረጃ አስረድተናል።
Thank you very much. All right, the record is now closed.
አሁን ጉዳዩ ተዘግቷል።
All right, let me close the case officially. I want to thank everyone for their presentation today. The board will make a decision within 90 days. But so let me read the closing statement.
አሁን ማጠቃለያውን አቀርባለሁ። ቦርዱ ሁኔታውን አይቶ በ90 ቀን ውስጥ መልስ ይሰጣል። አሁን የክሎዚንጉን አነባለሁ፣ በጽሁፍ አቀርባለሁ፣ በንባብ።
አልሰማሁሽም ያልሽኝን።
አሁን ቦርዱ ማጠቃለያውን አሁን አቀርባለሁ አሉ። ቦርዱ በጉዳዩ ላይ በ90 ቀናት ውስጥ ውሳኔ ይሰጣል። አሁን የማጠቃለያውን በንባብ አቀርባለሁ ያሉት።
As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board of the District of Columbia,
እንደ አብራ ሊቀመንበርነቴ የዋሽንግተን ዲሲ አብራ ሊቀመንበርነቴ
and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act,
እንደ ዲሲ አሁን የጠቀሱት ህግ መሰረት
I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of.
You are breaking up.
Can everyone hear me?
I hear you.
I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of.
ይህንን ለሌላ ጊዜ ቀጠሮ ሰጣለሁ።
Seeking legal advice from our counsel.
I didn't get that, sir.
Seeking legal advice from our counsel.
Seek, who can seek legal advice? The board? ቦርዱ በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ የህግን ምክር ጠይቆ
on case number 22 CMP 00059 Kiddis Lounge.
አሁን የጠቀሱትን ቁጥር የቅዱስ ላውንጅ ክስ ቁጥር
pursuant to DC Official Code Section
እንደ ዲሲ ህግ መሰረት
2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act.
ይሄ በግልጽ በተደረገው የስሚ
and deliberating upon
በጉዳዩ ላይ ጊዜ ወስዶ በማሰብ
case number 22 CMP 00059 Kiddis Lounge.
ይሄ ቅዱስ ላውንጅ የሚመለከተው የላይሰንስ ጉዳይ አቤቱታ ጉዳይ
for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act.
በዚህ ላይ በተጠቀሰው ህግ መሰረት
Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
ቦርዱ በዚህ ላይ ይስማማል?
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that has been seconded.
አሁን በዚህ ላይ ድምፅ እንዲሰጥበት አደርጋለሁ።
Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
እስማማለሁ።
Ms. Hanson?
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
እስማማለሁ።
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice
በዚህ ቦርዱ በተስማማበት ላይ ይህንን ውሳኔ ወስናለሁ፣ አስተላልፋለሁ።
that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act.
አሁን በጠቀሱት ህግ መሰረት
Thank you. Have a great day.
ስለዚህ በ90 ቀን ውስጥ ውሳኔውን ይሰጣሉ። ይሄ ዛሬ የተነበበውንም ነገር ይደርሶታል።
We'll issue a decision in 90 days.
በ90 ቀን ውስጥ ውሳኔ እንሰጣለን።
Thank you. Everyone can go now. Thank you very much. Have a great day. You're free, ma'am. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 10th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 10th, 2023, as published in the DC Register on May 5th, 2023. Is there a second?
Any Hanson will second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 4-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. I'd like to thank everyone, board members who participated in the hearing today, and the members of the public who participated. We're now adjourned. Have a great day, and I now request that all board members return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.